6 minutes.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Pap Laszlo Arena in Budapest for the opening day of competition at the Budapest Grand-Prix 2019, and I'm delighted to be standing alongside former world champion Loretta Cusat-Dor. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon, and really looking forward to today. Full points, and it's going to be very exciting. Already can feel the tension.
We weren't in Montreal, so you had another pairing there. I hope you enjoyed that. Loretta and I are delighted to be here. We're going to take you through the top four players in each of the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring to you today. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 in the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Tonaki Funa of Japan. The number 2 seed is Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. The number 3 seed is Julia Figueroa of Spain. And the number 4 seed is Genovitsky Eva of Hungary. Who out of that group, or maybe someone else?
Well, I think you've really looked at you've already mentioned some very tough opposition out there. Tanaki, double world champion, well, it's going to be difficult to knock her off top spot. But there is a couple there that, for me, that we've got to keep an eye on because they're doing really well on the world circuit. And that's Xiong Yu of China, Hoi Hoch. She took a second medal and also a second silver medal. And in The Hague, she also took a silver medal. This is someone that's starting to grow in confidence. She's an experienced athlete, but just seems to be getting very close to those medals all the time, so always one to watch out for. And also we're going on the other extreme for someone who's very young that's coming through, and we know that the Germans are doing so well, but there's a youngster who's a cadet and world European silver medalist, and that's Masha Balhus.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So for me, that's someone to watch. So we're interested to see how she will perform. She's very young, but youngsters come in and they've got nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Okay, there you have it from Loretta. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 52 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Ana Perez Box of Spain. Number 3 seed is Larissa Pimenta of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is Pupreka of Hungary.
Well, again, very impressive lineup already, but I'm going to go once more. It seems like I've got a bit of a sort of fetish with the Germans. And we've got Verthal Annika, again, another young athlete, 19 years of age, and she's junior European silver medalist last year. And going once more, repeat myself, the Germans are doing so well, and she could really upset one or two along the way here today. But then going on to a little bit more of an experienced athlete, and I say experienced, but she comes from a wide range of real strong athletes from Mongolia. Look, Hafasuran, who's again 18 years of age, but Youth Olympic silver medalist. Again, strong. She got a silver medal in Dusseldorf Grand Slam, and she also in Osaka she took 7th place. So someone who's knocking on the door, ready to get in there, and I think could be a big surprise today.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Nora Jakova of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Rafaela Silva of Brazil. Number 3 seed is Karakash Hedvig of Hungary, and the number 4 seed is Anna Borowska of Poland.
I can't see any of them not doing well here today, but one or two that we know have got a lot of experience and of this world circuit, and one of them is Miriam Roper, who must be one of the more mature athletes in this competition, is still going.
Yeah,
she's fighting for Panama. She's 37 years of age, but very, very experienced, and we've seen her perform well and being close to those medals. She got a bronze medal in The Hague last year, and someone you cannot write off as far as I'm concerned. Nice judo. And you've got Brigitta Vaga, cadet world champion back in 2017. Another one we've got to keep an eye on, because I think she could do quite well here today.
Right, we've only got a minute, so what I'm going to do is just run through these top four. When we sit back down and we take our seats, we'll go through, some of the picks for the 60 and 66. However, it is the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category, Yelda Smetov of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. The number 3 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain, and the number 4 seed is Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. As I say, we'll come back to do the 60s, but we've only got 20 seconds left. Baruch Shmailov of Israel is the number 1 seed in the under 66 kilo category. His teammate Tal Flicker is the number 2. The number 3 seed is Yelen Serikjanov of Kazakhstan, and the number 4 seed is Ganbold Kernan of Mongolia. Loretta and I are going to start by watching the opening contest on mat 2. It's Kimran Boshashvili of Austria. He's up against Karamat Husseinov of Azerbaijan. It'll be Boshashvili in the white judogi, Husseinov in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. Yeah, as I say, once Loretta and I sit back in and we get underway, then we'll catch up with some of those picks. We're actually watching the under 60 kilo category, and maybe Loretta, you can come in and tell us who it is that you think we might be looking at there.
The one here that's got to be the stronger on paper, and judo is one of those funny sports, you never know what's going to come up. We have some real highs and lows throughout this world tour, but Husseinov from Azerbaijan, age 20 years of age, he got a 5th in the World Championships last year, and he's under 23 European bronze medalist. Now, for someone with that caliber and results under his belt, for an opening match against the Austrian, who's 25 years of age, it just seems that he's maybe got the edge on this as far as exposure and results.
The IGF media manager, media director Mark Pickering sent us a link. I'm going to try and find out how to get that link out to you at home, about the 5 must-see contests today, and there's some good ones in there as well. So I'll see about getting that link put up somewhere.
Well, hopefully they'll come to that. Hopefully it's in the first round, because you never can predict it, can you?
No, it's the first 5.
First 5. Right,
first round ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if he knew he was going to be later on, I'd get him to do the lottery as well. I don't think you can stretch to that.
No.
No score as yet. Boshashvili has picked up a single shido. Boshashvili, I saw just a couple of minutes ago in the warm-up area. Nice little effort there. He does come up with a score. Just about squeezed that one out.
The Austrian, as we always expect, very quick on the reaction into the Niwaza, trying to draw his opponent down there. He looks very comfortable, there's no doubt about it.
He just finished his warm-up. When I saw him, he was absolutely dripping in sweat in preparation for this contest, in complete contrast to Xiong Yao, who you pointed out, who was asleep.
Well, everyone's very different.
She's on that sleeping area in the tummy with a few of the other Japanese.
Meditation.
Chinese, beg your
Most
pardon.
probably the meditation, getting the head, the brain into the zone. Well, Bolshashvili there with a Shido on the board, the halfway mark now. Very aggressive gripping styles from both these athletes, both trying to get their desired grip at the particular moment. Nice spin under there though, and Husanov of Azerbaijan, very gutsy move, tied himself up a little bit when he went into the Niwaza, and as you can see, the Austrian doing extremely well. He's obviously very, very comfortable as he transitions into Niwaza.
Yeah, that Wazari that was given by the referee initially was taken away.
Yeah.
Just wasn't quite enough to come up with the score.
Hence, not even mentioning it. Again, lovely spin under. Well, we've seen that a couple of times, and this time he prospers from it. There's the Wazari, but it's not on the board as yet.
Yeah, the referee's given a score again, and it's not gone up there. He's not having the best day, is he?
No, not really.
And the other thing is he hasn't cancelled it.
No, that's what I was just thinking.
So I would. He's gone over again, and now he won't give that, because that was closer,
to be honest, I think our board is out, because looking directly on the mat, it's a Wazaria piece.
The Wazaria piece. So they're both up there.
So they're both up there with the Wazaria.
We've got to fix that. Yeah, because there are. I was saying he hasn't given the score for the first one, but then it really concerned me that he hadn't cancelled it.
Yeah, but there was no cancellation on it.
So I would have gone down there to speak to him. On the back of that.
You would have been marching there, given the order.
Mercifully, we found out that it's our little hiccup just on the top of the screen. We're going to tidy that up, so don't worry.
Yeah, because obviously the camera shots, as we're seeing right now, doesn't show the scoreboard, which makes it very, very difficult. And we're up in the heavens up here. Even though it's a fabulous stadium, we are quite a bit away from the actual mat area
I think it's a nice spot.
I do like it, yeah.
Because nobody's walking behind us. We're fairly, closeted, if you like. Yeah. But we can still, if you stand up, you can see all four tatami.
Yes. Yeah. It's definitely a very impressive arena.
Yeah, this was the arena for the 2017 World Championships. It wasn't the first World Championships that the Hungarians had in this arena. It was, however, the first senior World Championships, because they'd held the Cadet World Championships here in, I think it was 2009.
And the location here for the athletes is very athlete-based, isn't it? You've got a great warm-up area at the back there, and you've got the hotels so close in walking distance, in fact, one of the main hotels.
I believe that there is one fighter from 2009 at the Cadet World Championships who's competing here today. That's quite something. Remember that.
Yeah.
But if you're in it as long as I have, as far as the commentary is concerned, and you commentating on, you kind of know their background, and I've seen her in the warm-up area. It is Alessia Kuznetsova.
Oh, Kuznetsova.
Alessia Kuznetsova. I wonder if she competed in the 2009 Cadet World Championships. Could be mistaken. Because Nizamov was the under 44.
It's always a very hard match, first round.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? Aaron of Israel is up against Elios Manzi of Italy. It's Aaron in the white judogi, Manzi in blue.
A little bit of a settling process going on here right now. Of Israel working quite nicely in the Newaza, turns his opponent over just onto the side there, but wasn't able to complete the move. Nice footwork there from Manzi Kosota, just stumbling his opponent down. Didn't get the score, but nicely worked with the feet.
You get the feeling when you look at Elios Manzi that he's been around for a really long time, but I suppose having seen him as a cadet and then a junior and everything, you just get that feeling. But he's managed to stay at 60. You know, some fighters struggle to keep the weight, and then you've got others who just never get any bigger.
Well, he looks comfortable at 60 kilos. I think his height sort of dictates that as well. That it's the ideal weight for him. He's trying to desperately get in the inside there, but as you can see, Aaron with that right hand coming inside on the lapel, trapping, but Manzi does well now. He's inside, comes through with the Sianagi, an attempt of the Marotti, spins out of the transition there in the Newaza. And the second Shido now been awarded, and again to Aaron, who's now going to be under a little bit more pressure here. One more would result in the Hans Hokumaki disqualification. Sure, it's not something he would want. Beautiful Marotti Sianagi, score and a Wazari. Could almost be Ippon there.
The only positive is that there's still plenty of time left on the clock for Aaron to come back. However, Manzi is not the kind of fighter to let this one go from here.
Well, we know with the Israeli team, they're very, very strong athletes. There's no doubt about it. And they've got a lot of energy in the tank to keep going right to the end. But 2 Shidos down, it really hasn't been his match right from the beginning. And Manzi has dominated throughout that time, and a couple of good Ashiwazas along the way. A few Sianagis that we've seen already. One score in the Wazari has taken full domination within this, and again continues to attack hard on the edge of the contest area, as you could see, stepping across for that Taitoshi. But picks up a Shido himself for that effort, but still he's really engaged all the time in this contest. Aaron really struggling now as we're into the last minute. He's got to do something very special here. He's got to really start taking control. But is struggling. Aaron needs to have a little bit more of a change of pace now. He's been steady progressing through this match, but taking second best throughout the minutes. And Manzi is not going to be in too much of a hurry to tidy up that gi. He wants to give himself a little bit of a rest and to compose himself, because he does know his opponent's going to be at him very quickly. And he comes round the waist, straight on for the attack, but now working into the Newaza. Nice turnover. Trying to trap that arm, but very loose in his turnover there, which means you're wasting some valuable seconds there in that transition. So into the last half a minute of this first round match. Manzi seems to have, but there you have a Wazari apiece now, which will take it into golden score. But doesn't alleviate much of the pressure for Aaron, as he's got 2 Shidos on the board. So he cannot take his foot off the gas here but flings that leg over, trying to go for the arm lock.
I just had the feeling that there was that little bit too much time left on the clock for him to keep him away, given that he was, really pressing. A minute 39 is a long time.
Well, we're going into golden score now.
He's done well, actually, Aaron, to come back.
Yes, he has. Well, it doesn't surprise me because the team in general are very, very strict, very fit and determined and very powerful indeed. And they've got big hearts when it comes to the fighting in this sport. But it was a little bit worrying at one stage because we were coming into that last minute. And up until then, he really did play second field in this match. But he's turned it around a bit. He transitions into the Niwaza, looking for the arm lock, piling the pressure on Manzi, who looks to be a little bit flustered now at this particular moment. Uchigari steps across for the Taitoshi. Nice combination there from Manzi. Still piling on the pressure. Another couple of attempts like that will put even more pressure. There you have it again. They come steps across with an Uchimata attempt. But didn't get the rotation, landing onto his face, but it was enough to show the referee that he really wasn't engaged at all. Picks up the third and final Shido for Hans Sokumaki, and Manzi goes through to the next round.
He just snuck through there, really, didn't he? Interesting thing that will come up tomorrow. I'll just do this whilst I'm finishing off, having mentioned about Alessia Kuznetsova. There are two others here who fought in the Cadet World Championships in 2009. Hassan Khalmuzayev of Russia was the gold medal winner in the under 73 kilo category in the Cadet World Championships in 2009 here, and in that final he beat Tot Christian.
Oh right, so that'll
Hungary. And they're both back, aren't they? Albeit in different weight categories, because Hassan Khalmuzayev has gone up to under 81 and Tot Christian has gone up to 90. There may be a couple of others in there that I'll dig out. Sort of, a little bit of trivia for you there. Right, what have we got here? We're going to stick here. We haven't come up against any of the picks from Mark Pickering yet, and I haven't gone through them yet, so it's slightly unfair. I should mention them to you at home, and then that way you'll know exactly what we're talking about. In the under 73 kilo category, it says tomorrow, Ebenuma Masashi of Japan will go up against Giovanni Esposito in round 1. These are some round 1 contests that
that's a horrible
you don't want to miss. He's described these as being 5 mouth-watering preliminary clashes that are already confirmed. In the meantime, we've got Andres Klokov of
there.
Lithuania against Hani Alzuki, representing the IJF, and he's just trying to turn him over here on the ground. He leads by a result. He's had to tap out there from the Sangaku.
Yeah, nice bit of judo there. Lovely Sutemi Waza. Sumigeshi followed through into the Niwaza, and a great transition there to finish off, to take him through to the next round.
Alzuki is one of the fighters who is on that International Judo Federation refugee program and competing here. They're either from Yemen or Afghanistan or various places, Syria. We might go down and have a word with him after. I spoke to one of the Afghan fighters yesterday. He was a really nice chap. We might bring him up here if we get a chance to. Right, let's finish off on some of those fights that we mentioned. Masashi Ebenuma and Giovanni Esposito. That's tomorrow in the under 73 kilo category, as will be Leandro Galero of Brazil, who will go up against Henri Egotidze of Portugal. That's in the under 81 kilo category. In the under 90 kilo category will be Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia to go up against Yakio Imamov of Uzbekistan. That is on Sunday. And on Saturday, Doi Masako of Japan against Catherine Unterwurtsacher of Austria in the under 63 kilo category. I think we've got one more that Mark Pickering picked up on. That'll be today. First round contest. Andrea Kitsu of Romania goes up against Kachkon Warashia of Thailand. All right, there you go. Tal Almog of Argentina is on the mat now against Ibrahim Aliyev of Azerbaijan. It's Almog in the white judogi, Aliyev in blue.
Well, good exchange of grips from both these athletes. Very traditional sleeve and lapel, but now opting for a sleeve grip there. Almog causing a little bit of frustration there for Aliyev. He's not getting his own way at this particular moment. To his frustration, steps across, just clips the back of the heel, the knee there for that stumble down from Almog. Really had to twist out of that movement there and twinged his back slightly. Circling motion around each other. I like the throwing that arm right over the top there. Aliyev trying desperately to come over the top, swiftly taken down by Almog. Feels the danger as that high grip. Aliyev stepping across, falling onto his face, leaving himself in a very tricky situation here. As you can see, Almog really looking for the Niwaza, getting that roll. Didn't get enough time for the execution of the turnover, as opposed to the relief of the Azerbaijan. Almog still very light on his feet. Aliyev walks straight into that Tayatoshi. And takes a Wazari lead. Well, a big attempt of the Harai, but left himself very exposed for the counter as Almog turns him over once more, this time a lot more successful as he capitalizes and holds his opponent for the Osakomi, tying up, but Aliyev desperately trying to get out, but sadly runs out of time, and Almog takes the win and goes through to the second round of the under 66 kilo category. We'll go across to mat number, we'll just stay here. Gatera Martin representing Spain in white, and Nathan Katz of Australia in the blue. Well, a very lively start from both these athletes as they bounce around there, trying to get the first exchange in the grips, trying to get that controlling factor that's so important to execute the throw. Kat's trying to work off that lapel grip, trying to break it off there, and doesn't seem comfortable as he edges himself to the corner of the mat area, leaving himself a little bit vulnerable and exposed for that Taitoshi. Gutierrez Martin trying to capitalize on that. Well, definitely a battle going on with the grips here at this particular moment. Once more, Nathan Katz working his way to the edge of the contest area and really does leave himself very vulnerable there. And once more, Gutierrez Martin comes in for an attack. The Australian really needs to stay put in the centre of the contest area. Gutierrez Martin using his feet, stumbled his opponent down to the ground, now tries to work in the Niwaza with turnover with the Sangaku, but falls straight forward, going directly for the Sangaku Jimmy. Ties up those legs nicely, and now Katz is in trouble. He's desperately trying to get out of that situation. He's trying to get back up onto his feet. Gutierrez Martin holding on to that ankle, trying to get the spin on it as he starts to raise off the tatami, which has loosened the grip around the neck at this particular moment, but the vulnerability, he's still not out of trouble at this particular moment, but my goodness, what a lot of work he had to do there. Well, Nathan Katz did so well to get what looked to be almost the finishing of this contest. As the Australian composes himself back to the centre of the contest area. We're now into the halfway mark. 1 minute 55 seconds remaining in this contest. Once more, Nathan Katz working his way back as he shuffles back into the edge of the contest area, which really does leave him very vulnerable indeed. And Gutierrez Martin once more capitalizes on that situation, working away. Although they're out of the contest area, action is still in place and he has the advantage. He's got the osakomi. Katz catches the leg, but for how long? I don't think he's secured that grip. If he caught the leg, it would mean that the hold was broken. Well, he just got out in time, I think. The gong has gone, but I think took it out, which means the hold was broken. The waving of the referee was before we heard the gong, but whether they class that as in or out, I'm not sure. For me, it looked like it was out quite a bit. Well, yes, the hold was broken before the gong had gone, which means that Gutierrez Martin just picks up a wazari instead of the ippon from the osakomi. I think the referees will have a wee look to just confirm that, hence the pause of this contest, just double checking that when she waved the hold broken, that it was still in time. Well, understand that. I thought there was the Osakomi. But they've given nothing. Well, obviously something I've missed there. I thought there was the countdown of the Osakomi and the gong had gone, but they've given nothing. So once more, Nathan Katz plays dangerously on the edge of the contest area and now picks up the first Shido for that movement. Head-to-head situation, both looking for the sleeve grip. Katera Martin coming underneath with those hips with a Sodi attempt as he works off that sleeve grip to the frustration of Nathan, who picks up the second Shido for lack of engagement in this contest. He really is struggling with the grips and really has to now step it up a gear to have any opportunity of coming back. So we're into the golden score now. 2 Shidos on the board for Nathan Katz. An ideal situation for this young man from Australia. But we have seen it all being turned around. Engaging into the golden score. It's an all or nothing situation now for this young man. No score on the board as yet, so it is still very open, but Nathan really has to keep his head up. Got a lovely Uchimata there, just didn't get the finishing touch on it. The leg was in a great position, but the upper body control was just not there. Tried to turning into a bit of a Makakomi, but didn't even get a spin on that, so it landed with his head down first, blocking the technique completely. But still, a good effort there from Nathan. First strong attack we've seen out of the 4 minutes of this contest. Sianagi from Katera Martin. Got himself a little bit tied up with that sleeve grip. Both athletes asked to tidy up, but it looks like Nathan Katz will get the third and final Shido and the Hansokumaki for that effort. So Katera Martin goes through for Spain into the next round. Nishinbayeva now from Kazakhstan in the white, Raiku of Romania in the blue. Well, straight away the Romanian in for the attack, comes round the waist for the unsettling process for the Kazakhstan, who drops down into the Niwaza positioning, but the Romanian follows through, and as we've seen with so many of the Romanian athletes, they're very strong in their Niwaza. Good transition. Nishinbayeva really has to be very careful. Comes in for an attempt of a very loose Makakomi, stumbling on both sides there. "38 athletes participating in this weight category. Jakova Nora of Kosovo is the number 1 seed coming into this competition. And Rafaela, Olympic champion. Silva of Brazil is the number 2 seed. The winner of this match will meet Kovacs of Hungary, and that will be Nishinbayeva. of Kazakhstan, who will go into the second round against the Hungarian Kovacs. Now we come up with the under 52 kilo category, and this is against Spain's Perez box. Anna in the white and Katri Kaku of Finland in the blue. Perez box, white, Kaku, blue. Nice start there for Perez box with a Cianagi attempt. Just short in getting those hips in deep enough to get the attack a little bit more successful than what it already was. But Osotogari, Kosota, good combination there from Kaku. Left herself a little bit exposed in the Niwaza. Has to be careful with that. Comes in with the Sangaku turn though. Trying desperately to tie up those legs. Well, already 50 seconds of some very good opening judo here in this first round of the under 52 kilos. 31 athletes participating. Kelmendi being the number 1 seed coming into this contest. Perez box, the number 2 seed. Perez box, second in Ekaterinburg this year, and also a second place in Marrakesh. So always around the medals, a very consistent athlete. Kaku, 25 years of age. With 2 Continental Cup gold medals under her belt. In Minsk last year, took a silver in the European Open. Kochi, nice, very gutsy move. She was very brave there, but really left herself vulnerable against Perez box on the counter. She was a little bit exposed there, but definitely a gutsy athlete, really willing to try and dig in deep there. Uses her feet very nicely. She has that combination of the Osota Kosota. Worked very well in the opening seconds of the competition. And we're coming into the last minute and a half now of this contest. Only 1 shooter on the board, so it's been a very tasking match for the number 2 seed. As she battles against a reasonably unknown athlete from Finland. Still to make a mark on the world circuit, but definitely having a good round here against a very tough opponent from Spain. Perez box with that left hand on the lapel, very strong, turns her hip in, making it very difficult for Kaku to attack against a very strong defense. Cianagi from Perez box, stumbling her opponent down into the Niwaza. Well, Perez Boxers really had to work in this round. I didn't think she'll think it was going to be this difficult. Oh, Uchigari scoring a Wazari with 19 seconds remaining. Good timing for the Spaniard, who now tries to work and to keep her opponent down in the Niwaza and to eat up the clock there. Sangaku turnover. She looks up at the clock there. She knows it's only seconds remaining, and a good win for Perez Box into the second round of the under 52s.
Right, we're going to invite Larissa Cusack-Doyle after 45 minutes of non-stop action to take a little bit of a break and
Thank you, Sheldon.
like grab herself a coffee or something.
Definitely.
And, she'll be back with us shortly. And I'm not sure if we had a chance to do your under 66s yet, because we
No, we haven't.
But we can come back to that when we do that, because we're on the 52s now. So when Loretta returns,
yes,
we'll go through the picks in the under 66.
Yeah, it's one of those weight categories that's going to be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to keep looking at that list as well of where are they now? You know, who was here in 2009 and who is back now 10 years later. And we mentioned Hassan Kalmuzaev, the Olympic champion at under 81 kilos. He's still around. It's a win to Tatiana Cesar of Guinea-Bissau over Olivia Taroncher. Coming up next, Eloidis Valentim of Brazil. She's going up against Anastasia Polikarpova of Russia. It's Valentim in the white judogi, Polikarpova in blue. There are other contests that you might want to have a look at. The choice is yours, as ever. We're going to stay here with Valentin and Polikarpova. Hasn't quite realised her full potential, I don't think. Valentin may have been off with injuries for a while, but at 52 kilos, there's a good shot for Valentin. It's not the only Brazilian looking at that spot. She's young enough. She's got time. Could still achieve something. Chance for Polikarpova to work on the turnover, the Sangaku turnover, but it's well defended by Valentin. Quite tall for 52 kilos, to be honest. It's quite striking, really. Again, Valentin looking to get involved in some newaza, but not quite working out there. A little over a minute left to go. Again on the ground, this time it's Polycarpova with the turnover. Couldn't quite trap the arm there, that was close. Nice work on the ground by the Russian, almost catching Valentin. Left-sided effort there from Valentin, but Polycarpova was able to block that. And again, a chance on the ground. Well, this is a good showing from the Russian as far as the groundwork is concerned. She looks really threatening. Well, we'll just try and get the result of this one to you a little bit later, because we're going to move down to mat number 1. I want to take a look at the contest between Andrea Kitsu of Romania. She's up against Kachakon Warasia of Thailand. It's Kitsu in the white judogi, Warasia in blue, and I'll keep an eye on what's happening with Eloidis Valentin and Anastasia Polycarpova. They've gone into golden score on the adjoining mat, that's mat 2. I just want to have a look and see what Andrea Kitsu of Romania is up to. She was a winner recently of the European Open in Cluj-Napoca. Took the gold medal there. See if she can continue that kind of form here. It's a different level, of course. You know, the Grand Prix is a step up. Kitsu is at number 22 on the IJF World Ranking list at the moment. Little Ashy was there that brought up that score of Wazari. So that's the lead for the Romanian at the moment. Actually, no, she didn't even compete at the European Open in Cluj-Napoca. The reason that I remember her is because we interviewed her. That's right, it was an interview. It wasn't the gold medal win. I knew there was some reason that I should remember her, but she was there as a guest. It was a guest appearance from Kitsu. She's picked up Ashido, as has Warashia. But the Rosari is on the board. Ooh, left-sided effort there. Almost coming up with a score. Valentin and Polikarpova, by the way, are still involved in the round one contest on mat 2. Golden score. They've a little over 2 minutes of golden score in that one. See, Wadasia doesn't want to get involved in this. Oh, goodness me. I was going to say she doesn't want to get involved in the pata cake kumikata, but not going to matter now. That was an absolute flattening throw from Andrea Kitsu. That was terrific. Not sure if we've got another look at that. There you go. No sooner said than done. Unusual execution here. Lance Wicks could have a look at that. Look at the replay. See what he thinks of this. Holding on to one sleeve. Maybe, Freddie, we can see that one more time. Mr. Wicks, can you have a look at that? That is unusual. Same side. That's the side closest to her. Very unusual. Which will come back to that because Jack Willingham is around and I'm going to ask him as well if he can have a look at that technique. It's very unusual. Freddie will replay it for him, but extremely unusual execution by Andrea Kitsu. Right, who have we got now then? Anna Kaziulina of Kazakhstan is up against Natalie Rouveret of Germany. Let's have a look at that. Rouvière. Okay, we'll go with that then. Eloidis Valentin and Anastasia Polikarpova are still battling away on mat 2. 4 minutes of golden score they've had there. And then on mat 3, Temur Nozadze of Georgia. He's up against Kerman Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. And then down on mat number 4, Sosobram, Lakfasur and Sosobram of Mongolia is up against Brilit Gamara Kabayal of Peru. Those are your choices. We're going to stick on mat number 1. Kaziulina leading by Wazari. Plenty of time left on the clock, however. Still the Wazari lead for Casiulino. Another right-sided effort, not quite as determined there. She was kind of bailing out at the end, wasn't she then? Into the last minute here. Left arm around the back, looking for maybe Taitoshi, possibly a little Seotoshi in there. Just threatening on that side. Time running out here for the German, almost getting caught. However, Casiulino maybe just draining as far as the energy is concerned. Strong effort on the left side. Now she picks up a penalty. It's not going to do her too much harm, however. 20 odd seconds left to go, almost catching her opponent there, but not quite to plan. Maybe that's why he wasn't given a score, wasn't quite in control at the end. Yeah, just got a little bit untidy at the end there. She'll pick up another penalty, but time was running out anyway. Right, as far as the contest in the under 52 kilo category is concerned, that we had been watching, that was Eloidis Valentin and Anastasia Polikarpova of Russia. It was Valentin who eventually won out in a 5-minute golden score contest. She goes into round 2. Right, we're going to see round 2 of the under 66 kilo category beginning now on mat 1. Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan faces David Shtarkl of Slovenia. It'll be Kyrgyzbayev in the white judogi, Shtarkl in blue. Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev is the number 4 seed in this weight category. His teammate Yildiz Smetov is the number 1. There's a chance of them meeting in the semi-final if they both continue on their ways. Smetov had a bye in the first round, as did Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev, so it's the first time we're going to get to see Kyrgyzbayev today. David Shtarkl had to overcome Dilma Kale of Peru in round 1, and it's a big weight category. 3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, final. So, you could need 5 or 6 contests to win this one. I think one of the weight categories you need 7, or you could, if you don't have a first-round bye. And a very good morning to those of you who are joining us for this opening day of competition here in the Pap Laszlo Arena in Budapest. As I mentioned to some of you earlier on, this is the home of the 2009 Cadet World Championships and the Senior World Championships in 2017, so it's quite a venue. It's got a nice little bit of history going, and speaking of history, Lance Wicks is with us. However, it is not the same Lance Wicks that was in the military police in the RAF about 30 years ago, who would have been 100 kilos. We've got someone asking about that. It's a completely different Lance Wicks. He may be nudging up to 100 kilos, although he won't want to admit it. But this Lance Wicks is from New Zealand. And he did all his judo in New Zealand, so no, it's not that one. But I've never heard that name before. You know, unusual combination, Wicks and Lance Wicks. Long-standing IJF servant, if you like. Kyrgyzbayev wins out over David Starko. But thanks very much for your message. It is a different Lance Wicks. You've never been 100 kilos, have you, Lance? No. He may have looked it. I'm just going to check with my colleague. Did you compete at, was it 66 or 73? Did you compete at 66 or 73 kilos? 73. Okay, yeah, he's much lighter. Right, we've got Oruj Valizada of Azerbaijan up against Felipe Pelim of Brazil. Round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. Valizada in the white judogi, Pelim in blue. Nice and sharp, these two. Pelim's not a bad little fighter. You know, he's got his hands full here, and he's got some problems at home because he's not the number 1 in Brazil as much as he would like to be, obviously. But it's a tricky thing when you're in a country that has that kind of depth. You're always going to come up against, you know, stiff opposition, but one would hope that when you've got the kind of skills that Pelim has, that you might be at the top of the tree or fairly close to it. If truth be told, he's still a couple of places off Felipe Kitadine, former bronze medal winner at the Olympic Games, and Eric Takabataki, both head Felipe Pelim. So he has indeed got some strong opposition, and that's just in Brazil. That's when he steps out a little bit further afield. Yeah. Complete coincidence that there is someone involved in judo called Lance Wicks, but I think we've done that one to death now, so I'm gonna leave that one. And I don't want to say too much about Lance Wicks and him coming from New Zealand, because there's a big sporting event coming up soon that will involve a rivalry between myself and Mr. Wicks. You can guess what that is. Who else have we got on the map now? Masha Ballhaus of Germany on the adjoining match. He's got a tough contest against Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia. No score in that one as yet. That's on mat 2. On mat 3, Vijay Kumar Yadav of India is up against David Polkabek of the Czech Republic. And then down on mat number 4 in the under 48 kilo category, Lisa Deng of Austria is up against Leila Aliyeva of Azerbaijan. I have to compliment the Azeris actually on the push for their women's program. They've supplemented it a little bit by getting a few people in from outside. Okay, you know, not everybody is on board with the kind of, you know, dare I say, buying in of athletes. But what it has done is to make sure that not only have they got, and no one questions it when it comes to coaching. You know, they don't suddenly turn around and say, oh, you know, you went and got a foreign coach. Nobody says anything about that. It's when you get the players on the tatami that a few people say, oh, you shouldn't get players from other countries. Well, it does happen. But what it has done as far as the women in Azerbaijan is concerned is put them in contact, put the Azeri women who are developing and growing, and they've got that development program going. It's given them an opportunity for regular and constant practice with high quality, reasonably high quality athletes who are now part of that program and compete for Azerbaijan. Aliyeva is not one of them. She's a homegrown Leyla Aliyeva, but she's benefiting from a number of athletes who've come in from either, where did Marina Slutskaya? Not Slutskaya, because she's the Belarusian. There's the Ukrainian in the heavyweight that they took into Azerbaijan, and then they've got a Mongolian and a Romanian. They've got a few in there, and Loretta Kusak-Doyle has rejoined me, and I'm just going on about the move of athletes from one country to another.
Yes, there's been quite a few, hasn't there?
We don't complain when they get a foreign coach.
No, it's true. Well, to be honest, in fairness, you obviously most probably have your ear to the ground a lot more than me, but I haven't actually heard any sort of grumblings about athletes changing countries and competing for another country.
Yeah, there have been a few bellyaches about, well, there was when, you had that mass exodus from Moldova to UAE, and the whole team was from Moldova.
Right, yes.
There was talk about that. If the result of that is an increase in skill level, numbers, development, and you grow your federation as a result of you bringing in players in that way, and I'm all for it, because that's part of the growth and development. You're not just getting them to win medals,
Yep.
You're getting them to grow your program. And for me, that's what's happening with the Azeri women's program. They've obviously recognized that the mixed team event is going to require them to have high quality women as well as men, and they've gone down that route. I think that's a good move from the IJF to have mixed the team, because it forces nations to ensure that there is, if not a level playing field
Yes.
between men and women, certainly a renewed concentration on developing the women's program, because we can highlight Azerbaijan, Georgia, various places who are now hell-bent on developing a women's program. Georgia more so with their own women.
Yes, that's correct.
It's all their own.
Yes,
correct. And look how quickly, that is scary. I'll tell you what,
and
it's
they've
scary.
got some strong women coming through. But no, I celebrate that. I think it's actually, the team event itself is amazing, and I think it creates such sort of, it brings a family closer together and unites both men and women together and for their country as one team, rather than having them as two separate.
I genuinely like the idea of the mixed team.
Oh, I do.
And it's got nothing to do with, did I not like it when it was men and women? I loved it when it was men and women. But that's a different question from, do I like it now that it's mixed?
Yes.
The answer to that is yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I've always loved a team event, but I do love the mixed events.
Yeah.
I find that so exciting to watch.
I think we've stolen a march on so many other sports. Take, for example, athletics.
We've set a precedence, haven't we, really?
You could have a 100-metre relay final, 2 men, 2 women. Why have we got men and women? Why have we got that?
Someone will be out there going, do you know what, light bulb time? That's an interesting one.
I'm just inviting comments.
Same in the swimming as well. You could do the same in a relay.
Maybe we are living in a stone age. If you think about it, maybe we are just so accustomed to having these, single-sex events that, we
I think judo's
haven't
come
thought it through.
come a long, long way when you really consider that women's judo, the first Olympic Games was in 1992 for women.
Yeah.
And the first ever World Championships was 1980. So it's a reasonably new sport for women when you compare the Olympic Games for men was in 64.
64. And just to touch on a couple of things that Loretta has said there, because I think they're worth commenting on. I'm really glad that she said about 92 is the first Olympic Games, because what Loretta's talking about there is that was the first time that judo for women was included in the Olympic Games as a full medal winning sport.
That's correct, yes.
And I'm not trying to disrespect the 88 inclusion of the Games.
Yeah.
It's inescapable that it was under the heading of demonstration sport. I salute all of those women who won medals there, but the push to try and have that upgraded to a full sport, for me, doesn't hold water, because
the selection criteria was very, very different because it was a demonstration as well.
The whole competition set up, the whole concentration of everything towards that event would have been different had other countries known beforehand that it's not just a demonstration sport, it's a full medal winning sport. It wasn't. But I don't take anything away from those who have those medals, because a lot of them were already big champions.
Well, they were world medalists. That's how the selection criteria was for the demonstration, was based on the results at the World Championships. Hence the reason someone like Karen Briggs got injured at the World Championships, broke her leg, and wasn't able to participate in the Olympic Games, the demonstration, which was very, very sad, considering that she reigned as number one in the world for so long, and just that year got injured.
And then finally, on something else that Loretta was talking about, and we were saying about competing and everything. Remember, what we're talking about is in this mixed team is the women still compete against women, and the men compete against men.
That's right.
It just happens that the collective scoring comes under one team, so you've got that feel of the team event. I'm not saying when you have a team event they should go up against pound for pound, weight for weight, man against women, because we know medically this has already been spoken about by people who've got degrees, whereas I'm just guessing on the top of my head. But there is that medical proof there that you've got different muscles, different strengths, different things. Men should compete against men when it comes to that physical thing, with speed, strength, power, all of those sorts of things. And when it comes to the 100 meters, by the way, what I was talking about was having 2 men, 2 women on the team. So if you have this 4 by 100 meters, you'd have 2 men and 2 women. You can start them off at any time you want. But at some stage, you would have that kind of balance. That'd be interesting.
Do you know what? The athletics would be very interesting, because at one stage when the baton's changed over, there could be a possibility a man running against a woman.
Absolutely, why not? Good one. The choice is yours at home. You can watch any mat you wish. You don't have to stay here and listen to us banging on about things that are maybe not entirely about judo, but certainly because of our move, the International Judo Federation's move to have a single-sex team event, it is worth talking about. But we're early days yet. We've got a massive
I think what it does, it
here.
Sings out very clear a judo family, doesn't it? And judo family, here we are, and we're on this mat number 1. Shakadale from the Netherlands in the white, and from Senegal we have Diop.
Maybe it's something that people at home would want to ask the chief about. The president of the International Judo Federation will be doing a live Twitter question and answer. That's on Monday the 15th of July, midday Budapest time, that's Central European time. So you can go to use @AskVisa to submit your questions. And I know that the president of the IJF answers all sorts of things. Some people try and do what they call it, the end around, and catch him off guard and things. But he's pretty good at fielding questions that relate to judo, of course.
Well, he's a wonderful ambassador for a sport, and really just celebrates the unity of what we call that judo family, and that sings out very loud and clear, doesn't it, for the world of judo.
Look, there are questions. It would be foolhardy of Loretta and myself to sit here and say, oh, everything is rosy, you know, in the world of judo. Of course there are questions, and you're quite welcome to come up with them and ask whatever it is that you feel is, you know, on your mind. Get that off your chest, if you like. And there's the... Oh, it's gone off the screen now. Anyway, it's at Ask Visa, I think it is. We'll probably put that up a few times over the weekend. What have we got now then, Loretta? Where are we going to go with this one? Are we down on mat number 1? I think we could stick here for a while, yeah?
Yes, I think so. It's weight category, 43 athletes in the under 60s.
Right, I'm going to leave you with Loretta Cusack-Doyle again. It's not that I don't want to work with her, it's that I've got to run off and collect some more information. So, and we've got plenty of time because it's a lot of competitors today. We've got some big groups. But thanks very much for your emails and messages, those that you've sent them in. You know, we're not going to do the question and answer part because that is down to the president of the International Judo Federation, Mr. Maros Visa. He's going to do that on Monday. So line up your questions and prepare. Here's Loretta.
Thank you very much, Sheldon. Well, we're here now in the under 60 kilos, second round. Mongolian in white and Australian in the blue. Mongolian coming in with a lovely Sianagi there, as you can see, following it through, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Australian defending very tightly down there, leaving no room for manoeuvring on the Mongolian side. Sianagi once more, following through with the Tomonagi, a good change of direction. He acted quite nicely there, the Mongolian, putting the pressure on the Australian who picks up his first Shido. We've seen Joshua's brother earlier on going out in the first round. Accumulation of the 3 Shidos for Hanso Kamaki. Oh, Murati Sianagi once more, beautifully done, following it through nicely, now looking to transition into that groundwork, trying to tie up the head, get the upper body control first before trying to get that leg out, which as you can see is the only thing that's blocking him from the Osakomi, but Katz did very well to escape in what looked to be a very difficult situation he'd put himself into. That's with the attempt of a Toshi, but just left himself a little bit short as he entered in for that. And because of that shortness of the entry, picked up the second Shido for a poor exchange there. A little bit more of a panic attack in there as he... Oh, Uchigari nicely, though, entered. Mongolian now looking to get that turnover. He keeps him into the Niwaza positioning. Resting down on him. 29 seconds remaining in this contest. 2 Shidos on the board, but sadly goes to the one athlete, Katz of Australia. He's really got to step it up a gear now. He's got to give it all that he has to stay in this competition. One more Shido would result in the Hansokimaki disqualification. And I'm sure he didn't come all this way to be disqualified in the second round. Taiwan of Mongolia obviously in a much more comfortable position as he enters into the golden score. Oh, lovely technique there, beautifully done. Wazari on the board, and Mongolia goes through to the next round. In Taiwan, as you see the highlights of that technique, Wazari, no doubt about it. Kosotagaki, beautifully done. And into the third round. He'll be up against Jacadeo of the Netherlands. Right, we're back here with round two, the under 66 kilo category. We've got Gamble of Mongolia in white. Castillo of Mexico in the blue. Well, Gambold isn't in the top 4 of the seeding in this weight category, but definitely can't be underestimated at all in this competition. Age 27 years of age, is just back from Montreal where he took the gold medal last week, and so he'll be riding a high at the moment, a beautiful technique, scoring Ippon, and disposes the Mexican within just past the halfway mark. Nabo Castillo sadly on the receiving end of that Kosota. But once more, a wonderful display of judo from Gambold of Mongolia, who goes through to the next round of the under 66. Well, now we have representing Italy, Medvez in the white and Temelov of Bulgaria in the blue. Now the winner of this match will go on to meet Gambold of Mongolia, which will be a very tough match indeed, but the hurdle is still yet to be climbed with this round for these both athletes. And Medvez takes full advantage here, the Bulgarian picking up the first Shido. Telmakov really struggling to get past the defences of the Italian, but defending too much for the liking of the referee, and he picks up his first Shido in the opening minute of this contest. Telmakov really struggling a little bit here, as you can see. He hasn't really settled in with his desired grip at this particular moment. And now piles even more pressure on himself by picking up the second Shido. And we're not even past the halfway mark yet. So it's a really dangerous ground he's fighting on. Comes in with a Cianagi, lifts high, but there, dynamic lift from the Italian as he follows through into the Niwaza, looking to capitalize down in the ground. The Bulgarian really struggling now. The Osakomi is on. I don't think he's secured it well enough, and there you have it, the hold broken within seconds. Cross grip, throwing the arm over the top, really battling away here, the Bulgarian. Well, the fight is on, and the Bulgarian is really putting him through his paces here right now just to stay in this contest. He knows if he takes his foot off the pedal here, one more Shido could be awarded and a Hansokimaki given to him. Sengaku turnover from the Italian. Gets his leg trapped though as he rotates his opponent over, which always makes it very, very difficult to secure either the arm lock or the osakomi, the holding. But he's securing the upper part of the body, which is really important at this stage now, as he works the leg and gets closer to the ankle. But as you can see, the Bulgarian holding on very tightly indeed. So just under a minute remaining in this contest. Telmakov really has to do some work. Comes on deep onto the belt. He draws his hips through. Great reaction from the Italian to avoid that hip throw that looked so dangerous. Once more, the Bulgarian throwing that right hand, trying to get very deep over the back, but has been blocked by the Italian. As you can see, stumbles down from the exchange of attacks from the Bulgarian. Well, the Italian is under a little bit more pressure than what he was in the opening minutes of this contest. Telmakov really trying to stay fully engaged in this contest, piling on that pressure, trying desperately to get that right hand over deep onto the belt, which looks very dangerous if he can get his hips through. He's also got a real gutsy move with the Osota and those legs that come through. So there's a good combination. Oh, the Kosota there, beautifully executed in the exchange from that mate. The Italian worked really well, very, very sharp on his entry. Now follows through once more, as we've seen on a few occasions, the Niwaza with the Sangaku turn. But as you can see, again, that leg getting caught up. So we're now into golden score. And only the Shidos on the board, displayed nicely there, but the only one, the Bulgarian, under a little bit more pressure. But he's been doing extremely well in the last minute of this contest. That high collar grip has caused a few problems for the Italian. And there you have a Koichi attempt, stumbling the Italian down. But he hasn't given up there, as you can see, trying to work with the arm lock. Again, once more, Makakomi, and there you have it. He's persevered throughout in that last minute and a half of the contest to come back strong and to pile the pressure on the Italian. It worked, and that takes him through to the third round for the Bulgarian. Telmakov takes the win, and the delight on his face. It was hard work. He didn't make it easy for himself in the first 3 minutes of the contest, but his perseverance, his determination pulled off, and it took him right through into the third round. And here's some of the highlights of that contest. As you can see, the Makakomi, wonderfully executed, nice and tight on that arm. There was no other way the Italian could get off that. He defended as much as he could, but he really left that side very exposed. Polyev here of Russia in the white. And Pozigoz of Peru in the blue. Pulyev takes the win for Russia, goes through to the third round. And there you have the highlights. Osotogari turning it through off to the side there, nicely executed there. Zayadayan representing the IGF in the white. Daigo Santos of Brazil in the blue. Tomonagi there, nicely displayed. Santos Daigo, 29 years of age. A lot of experience under his belt. Just last year, though, he's been off the scene for this year. Don't really have any results on the World Tour for him in 2019, but in Buenos Aires Pan American Open last year was gold medalist. Has medaled quite a few years in the Pan American Open, and last year was a 5th place in Lima. Back in 2014 took a bronze medal in Zagreb Grand-Prix. Tomonagi attempt there, likes the Sutemi Wazas. Putting a lot of pressure with the Wazari up, and we're coming up to the halfway mark. And Zayed struggling a little bit to get past the strong defending grip and sharp attacks from Daigo Santos, who has dominated this contest throughout. But sadly, he wasn't allowed in at all throughout the 2 minutes and a half that he was on, and a third and final Shido was awarded to Zayed Hansokumaki. But there you can see the highlights of that Tomonagi, Yoko Tomonagi, beautifully executed. That scored him the Wazari in the first minute. Boraska. Anna in white for Poland, the under 57 kilos. And representing Germany in the blue, Sapo Koban. This is the under 57 kilo category. Coburn, 24 years of age. One of these young ladies that just seem to get stronger and stronger each time we see her on the world circuit. But Borowska comes in straight for the kill with the first Ippon Seoinage Wazari scored in the first 30 seconds. Now Coburn really under a lot of pressure. As we know, the Polish athletes are very, very strong in their niwaza, but as you can see, that leg's been caught up, so the strength on that arm lock, that jujikitami, just wasn't there. The execution wasn't able to be fulfilled because of that leg being trapped. Coburn took a 5th place in the European Games in Minsk this year, and also 5th in Marrakesh. So she's been around knocking at the door to get on that podium, but only managed to do it in the Sofia European Open this year with a gold medal there. But again, another one fell short in the second round. Borowska, with a beautiful ippon there, takes her place in the 3rd round of this under 57 kilo category. Well, that was a good win for Anna Borowska, 25 years of age. We also got 7th place in Minsk, the European Games. Skora now coming up in the under 57s in the white for the Ukraine, and representing the Hungarian team. And this stadium is Carmen. And the crowd obviously supporting her all the way, giving her that valuable percentages to do well here in this competition. And she starts off with a nice Seoinage entry. Doesn't get the score that she was looking for, but good attack nevertheless. Skora on the defence at this particular moment, trying to settle down the Hungarian, who's obviously really determined to make her mark here in this competition, with this home crowd supporting her all the way. Well, she found herself on the receiving end of a Seoinage, but then follows through into the niwaza, trying to keep the Ukraine down there. Obviously fancies her chances in the ground. She battles away there, but the Ukraine quickly gets back up onto her feet. Feels that it's a better option for her. Really needs to get past this first minute. Just a settling process going on here at this particular moment. Throws the arm over the top, gets the hips through, tries to turn it into a makikomi. All attacks failed by the defences of Carmen, who now once more tries to grapple her opponent down into the niwaza. Does a sangaku on the legs, as you can see there, trying to restrict the movement of the Ukraine from getting back up onto her feet. Very interesting move. Well, Carmen, very erratic. Bit of a pitter-patter going on there, and so really that's where she picks up Ishido. It was more a defence rather than attack. Finds herself on the receiving end of that makikomi, just manoeuvred her around her opponent's body the wrong direction, and could have found herself on the receiving end of a Wazari there, but defended enough to get out of trouble. As we come up to the halfway mark. And Andrea Carmen, 19 years of age, ranked about 24th on the world ranking. A lot of junior, still is a junior with a lot of good junior results, doing quite well, but still battling away and knocking on the door to get on that podium on a senior stage. The latest result was a 7th place back in May in Malaga, the Junior European Cup. Took a bronze medal in the Athens Junior European Cup. And making a debut here for Hungary. Obviously someone that has got potential for the future. Making her presence known here against her opponent. Well, Wazari scored there for Skora of Ukraine in the last minute and secures the Osakomi. Maria, 50 on the world ranked in the under 57s, 22 years of age, 3 years more senior to her opponent. Took 5th place in the Summer Universal. And Antalya this year was a bronze medalist in the Grand Prix back in April. Again, someone that's always around the medals. Seen her in the under 23 European Championships, where she picked up a 7th place there. In a very comfortable lead with seconds ticking away, which will take her straight into the 3rd round for Ukraine.
Past 12, yeah, well, coming up to 25 past 12 in Budapest, and we're still in round 2.
Well, I know, and there's some large numbers, isn't there? 38 in the under 57s, and talking of experience here, we've come up with Miriam Roper. We spoke about her earlier on, that obviously isn't in the top seed, but always a danger for any of her opponents, and I think this is going to be a real battle of a contest here in round 2.
Yeah, by the time we get to round 3, I think you're going to have a few more, top draw matchups. You would not expect in the early rounds to get, the big names going head to head, because they simply haven't got the sort of seeding that keeps them apart. However, I've got a few odd ones. Once you're outside the top 8, then you can go anywhere. And then once in a while, you'll get that then top draw match. Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria has just defeated Zhang Wen of China. That was in the under 57 kilo category. That could have been a tricky one, but Ilieva is through to the 3rd round. And there are 3 rounds. Nora Zhakova is the number 1 seed. We spoke about her right at the beginning of the program. She had a bye in the 1st round, and then she defeated Diana Zhigaros of Russia. So she takes her place in round 3. Safo Koban defeated Jovana Rogic of Serbia in round 1, and then went on to lose to Anna Borowska of Poland in the 2nd round. Borowska is going to go up against Maria Skora of Ukraine. That is a good contest, good third round contest in store there. Rafaela Silva, current Olympic champion at under 57 kilos. She's through to round 2, but that's on the back of a bye in the opening round. Sabrina Filzmer's also had a bye into round 2. She'll be up against Ines Beischmidt of Germany.
Well, sadly for the Cuban, it wasn't to be for her today. Within a minute and a half of contest.
Well, you were saying that this morning. You were saying that you know, Miriam Roper's just got too many weapons in that, you know, experience.
Tactically and technically. Yeah.
She's got that experience that brings that sort of danger to the tatami, and so it proved. Good call this morning, Loretta. Miriam Roper, one of your picks. Why not? And then in 52 kilos, we haven't seen Mylinda Kelmendi yet, but I don't think it's going to be long because we've got round 2 of the under 52 kilo category starting. So she's at the top of the draw. The number 1 seed, the current Olympic champion at under 52 kilos, Mylinda Kelmendi. It won't be long before she's on the mat. Ana Rosa of the Dominican Republic steps on to the tatami for her round 2 contest. It's Rosa in the white judogi. She's up against Asimina Theodorakis of Austria. Rosa in the white judogi, Theodorakis in blue.
Well, Theodorakis doesn't sound exactly like an Austrian name, does it?
Nah. Well, we had Borshashvili for Austria this morning.
I know as well. There's a few
stretch,
names.
Wasn't it?
Well, a bit of a grappling going on here at this particular moment. Rosa working away in the Niwaza, looking to tie those legs up for the Sangaku turn, but as you can see, the Austrian just holding on to those legs to avoid the execution of the turnover.
I've had an email asking about how can you tell which fights are coming up, and someone was looking at ippon.org and Judo Base and the draw. Well, if you go to live.ijf.org, it will come up with the Budapest Grand Prix automatically. Click on enter, and once you've clicked on enter, it will bring you to either the commentated channel, or you can click on something called contest order, which is at the top, and all of a sudden you'll have exactly what you want. You'll have the fights that are on the 4 tatami, and then you'll see what's coming up next. And we can see in a couple of fights time on mat 3 it will be Mylinda Kelmendi. So I think we're going to pay attention to mat 3 after the current contest there is finished. Tamiris Crude of Brazil is up against the Ayano Ekiswain of Spain. That one's just got a few seconds to run, but it may go into golden score because there's no score there at the moment, as is the case here with Rosa and Theodorakis. And as I say that, Crude has scored on Ekisoen. So it's the Brazilian who leads by Rosario on the adjoining mat.
Well, there's only one judo that divides these two athletes, and we're coming up into the last minute of this contest. Asodi entry there from Theodorakis. Still looking very lively there. Well, the Austrian bearing down, but trying to stop those arms from coming over there. So the attempt there from the Dominican. It's very, very strong young lady. Well, we're now into the golden score. Well, as we're into the golden score and it's not looking like much is going on, we'll go on to mat number 3 there, as we were talking about. Kelmendi. And Oliveira of Mexico, nicely done, Kelmendi. Finds herself on the receiving end. Oliveira, well, a little bit of a surprise there. Kelmendi really can't believe herself. They're looking at the care system just to double check the throw itself. Melinda Kelmendi patiently waits there, but the score stands and the Mexican takes the lead. Well, this is going to be, if this stays as it is, this is going to be a biggest shock of the day. Kelmendi now a little bit of a wake-up call for her. Composes herself, but as we know, she is a very experienced athlete. The number 1 seed coming into this competition. Top favourite to win. The Olympic champion, and she also took a gold medal in Düsseldorf, finds herself really under a lot of pressure as she picks up her first Judo as well. 2 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Oliveira, Luz Uchimata, definitely out to win this contest. She doesn't care, it's an Olympic champion that she's up against. All she sees is the sights on the next round. That high collar grip, but she goes onto the receiving end of the Uchimata, which evens this up, but straight in to what looked to be almost the Osakomi, but it could have almost been Ippon, that. 125, a Wazaria piece, and the battle begins with these two. Well, regardless the outcome of this contest, Kelmendi won't forget this young lady in a hurry. Comes in with the Uchimata, looking again for the Makikomi. Very predictable. When she left that hand go for the Makikomi exchange, it just walked into the counter for Kelmendi. She took around the back, scoring a Wazaria Seti upon and a win into the next round. Well, that was really a bit of a shaky start for Kelmendi, and one that she would like to put to one side and bury right now. but definitely Olvera made her point out here today, and it was a great start against a wonderful athlete. Well, Panowska here representing Poland in the white. Liviska Shukvani of Georgia in the blue. Panowska, not one of the top seeds, but definitely a real contender here in this competition. Definitely an athlete you cannot underestimate. Well, 28, 25 years of age. With a 7th place in the European Games in Minsk this year. Works Georgian really there, nice transition into the Niwaza there from the Georgian, who's piling on the pressure now, trying to get back in play of this contest. Pinkowska. A Wazari lead and 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Liviska Shukvani, 29 years of age, from Georgia. More mature than her opponent. In Rome this year, was in the European Open, was bronze medalist. In Baku, Grand Slam this year, also a 7th place. So although we don't have a lot of results for this young lady, already she's starting to show promise here. Very, very strong athlete. Pinkowska maintaining her lead though, with 1.5 minutes remaining in the... Well, they're still looking at something, but for me it looked like the shoulder was down, and the possibility of giving it a Wazari wouldn't surprise me. When you've got both sleeves, it means that you have full control of the upper body. It's whether your own body gets the rotation enough to be able to turn your opponent into the positioning of a landing for a Wazari, which meaning the shoulder And they feel that that shoulder was in place for Awazari. So this evens it up, Awazari apiece. And just under a minute remaining in the contest before we head off to the golden score. But straight away, the Georgian comes in on the attack again. Awazari Asetiapon. And Pinkowska led all the way into the last minute of this contest and sadly just let it slip away. And this young lady with very little results under her belt has come through to take the third round. And that third round will be very challenging, there's no doubt about it, as she'll be up against Kilmendi of Kosovo. Liviska Shukvani takes that win, and that was very interesting. Now we come to the under 48s, when this is going to be an interesting match. The number 1 seed, Funa Tonaki, the favourite in this weight category. Giugoda of Italy in the blue, Tanaki in white. Well, the long-limbed, high-collar grip from the Italian and the aggressive approach to this contest is causing a little bit of an unsettling process for Tanaki. Not really getting her own way in the opening minute of this contest. Francesca doing extremely well, but for how long? As you can see now, Tanaki settling into this contest, which is the first match for her, as she had a bye in the first round. The Italian had Godinez Elman of Cuba in the first round, where she defeated to meet Tonaki in the second round. Not the ideal draw she most probably wanted coming into this competition, but someone has to get the number 1 seed sometime. Jorda battling away, throws that arm over the top, hooks in with the Uchimate. Oh! And a counter there for Tanaki, scoring upon. And let's see that. Hooks onto the Uchimata, steps it over. Oh, and just pure upper body control. Steps literally right over the top of her. The flexibility of this young lady, pulling that sleeve, reversing the entry to get the finishing ippon. Xiong Yau of China. Tanza of Austria in the blue. Zhong in the white. Tanza in blue. The winner of this match will go on to meet Tanaki Shido for both athletes. In the first minute of this contest. 3 minutes to go. Uchigari there from Xiong. Comes through with the Seoinage for trying to follow through into the Niwaza. Comes up on top. Tanza back up onto her feet very swiftly indeed. Good strong kumikata there from both athletes. Good lapel sleeve grips. The advantage to Jean at this particular moment, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, just trapping her opponent's right side, giving her a slight advantage as she spins through the Seoinage. Counter-attack from Tanza. Left herself a little bit loose there to get any benefit from that counter. Head to head, crushed there. Again, Xiong. Left hand on the lapel, controls quite nicely. Changes to having one hand on her opponent now. Goes back to trying to get that sleeve, but uses her feet to open up her opponent for that Seoinage. Attacking for the Kouchi. Getting that step back so she can spin through for a good combination. Generally very effective sequences of techniques that are very effective throughout. Seoinage once more, very deep. Oh, now you can see there's the young lady just got her finger caught up. Well, literally the finger was dislocated out. You could see it at that particular moment. And she put it back into place. tough young lady. Katharina Tanza, well, who would say a grip like that and still managing to grip up very strongly indeed against a tough opponent. Seoinage, very deep there. Quite effective on the edge of the contest area. But Tanza really has to do some work. Seems to be plagued a little bit. I'm not surprised that finger was completely dislocated. A little pinky. But it hasn't affected her performance out here so far. As she battles away, the Seoinage, she's getting the height. Just didn't get the finish on that. Half a minute remaining in this contest. 2 Shidos to 1. Xiong. Seoinage once more, but this time it works for her. Ippon in the last 20 seconds left in this contest. A good finish to what has been threatening throughout this contest, that's Seoinage. And sadly for Tanza, an exit out of the competition. But what a tough young lady she was. Plagued with a dislocated finger. Halfway through this contest, battled her way back to stay in the contest right up until the last 20 seconds. Well, there you have it. Beautiful Seoinage. And for Xiong, a place in the quarter-final stage against Tonaki. Well, now we have in the under 60 kilo category. Back there, and we've got Smetov of Kazakhstan. And representing Uzbekistan, Nuriliev in the blue. Smetov white, Nuriliev in the blue.
There's the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category, Yelda Smetov. Got his hands full here though. Imran Nuriliev, a neighbour. Isn't it funny how things work out? You know, you come all this way and then you end up fighting the country from, you know, next door. Asia matchup. Nuriliev was almost caught on the ground there. Smetov's not finished with him yet. Oh, there you go. Just goes to show. I like that from John Ramakas, the referee. He knows that something is taking place here. He knows that Nuriliev is in trouble and that Smetov is about to apply this. And he just leaves that. He lets that go. And Nuriliev in the end has to tap out. Top draw contest, that one. Right, what have we got coming up next then? I like to keep you informed as to what's going on and what's coming up, and Smetov a little tap on the head for Nuriliev as he goes off. Just the way it goes sometimes. You win some and people like Smetov, you win some more. Right, Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei is up against Vijay Kumar Yadav of India. It's Yang in the white judogi, Yadav in blue. This is a handful here. Yang, he impressed me when I saw him last time. Yadav will have to be on his best here to even come close to Yang. He's got some style, this boy. Nice movement. A little bit too far away with that effort. Just going to have a look down the list of upcoming contests and see if I can pick something out that you may be interested in watching. We're going to see Baruch Shmailov shortly in the under 66 kilo category. That's on mat number 3. Distra Krasnicki will be on mat number 2 in a few fights' time. She'll be up against Sabina Gilyazova of Russia. That's quite a strong test for her. And then we'll have Melinda Kelmendi coming back on mat number 3. Before that, Nora Zhakova as well on round 3 on mat 3. I won't go into too many others then. Let's have a look and see what they're going to decide about this one. Yadav is the fighter who's had the Wazari awarded to him. Rams it inside of is the referee in the middle, whose decision has just been checked there, and they decided no Wazari. Okay. 2:20 odd left to go. Yadav just picking up a penalty there for that overly defensive posture. Just gripping strongly and blocking out. Slightly unnecessary penalty picked up there by Yang. He had the strong grip, but there was no need to dominate it and then do nothing with it. He should have broken that grip up and moved to something else, or put in an attack, but he didn't. He just took the strong grip, held on to it, didn't do anything, and as a result he picked up Ashido himself, and he should really have seen that one and avoided it. Trying to get past the legs there. Yadav was up to defending that. Chance for the Sangaku here. Just got to hook that leg in. That looks good to me. Yeah. Osai Komi. Well done, Yadav. Good man. Very, very difficult once that leg is hooked in there, and Tori goes onto his side. Very difficult to get out and escape from that Sangaku. But Yadav managing to get out of it. Classic that was. Just had a photographer coming up here and wanted to take a snapshot of Loretta Cusat-Doyle, and I pointed out to her that he wanted to take her picture, and he went to take the picture and he'd left the lens cap on. Yeah, just once you want to work with a professional, you know. Well, Yang Yung-wei is being held up here by a very competent Vijay Kumar Yadav. He hasn't really come up with the throwing techniques to trouble Yang. He's got a very, very strong defense, both standing up and on the ground. Getting a little bit inventive there, Yadav. Into golden score. This has been a really good performance from Yadav. Yang has, however, had the beating of him on the ground. He's had much, much better of it in Newaza. Almost caught him a couple of times. Problem for Yadav is that he's picked up 2 penalties. He may very well pick up a third here. He just hasn't been able to keep up with the tempo. And strong in defence. And that's caused Yang some difficulties. Still in it. With a minute 20 odd of golden score gone. Reasonable little Sutemi was her effort, that was. Didn't end up catching Yang. This is round 3 as well, so fairly well advanced now. The winner of this goes into the quarter-final to face Yeldov Smetov. That'll be a really tough one. Yang looking to go right-sided there. And again, arm around the collar. And a Sutemi was her effort from Yadav, but doesn't really trouble Yang. Two penalties apiece. Single slip by either of them would gift the contest to their opponents, so they've got to be careful there. And then, on a more positive note, whomsoever comes up with the first score would win. .248 of golden score we've had so far. I wonder if Yadav even knows what he got that penalty for. Go down and have a chat with Vijay Yadav. Right, I'm going to hand you back to Loretta Kusat-Doyle for a minute then. You thought you were going to get a break there then, didn't it? I shall be back shortly. I'm going to have a quick word with Vijay Kumar Yadav of India, who was given a penalty for having to be told again and again
for doing the same thing, tidying his gi.
You know, and it's a real shame. You know, he was there into golden score, 248 into golden score, really putting up a good effort. But it's part of the thing now. You need to keep your gi in place in order that your opponent can have a good grip.
Yeah.
You know, if it's out there, then there is a perceived advantage for the one whose gi is, you know, flying all over the place. And he was warned.
Yeah.
You get your warning.
Doesn't understand the rules.
And he doesn't understand it, so that's unfortunate.
It's a shame.
I shall be back shortly. Here's Loretta Kusat-Doyle.
Thanks very much, Sheldon. Right, we're staying with the under 66 kilo category. Shamalov, the number 1 seed coming into this competition in the white. Venchik of Serbia in the blue. Is he using a very defensive gripping style towards the edge of the contest area, pushing his opponent, Shamalov, to the edge of the contest area, who was quite happy at this particular moment just to have a very strong kumikata, good lapel and sleeve grips. But, the Uchimata there, he had a bit of a stumbling moment though. Shmalov really did look a little bit unsettled at that particular moment. Breaks the grips, gets that high collar grip, now looks very controlling indeed, setting up what looks to be that Uchimata. As you got it, pull along that sleeve, it continues with the rotation. Coming up to the halfway mark. Ishmailov looking a little bit apprehensive, and I'm not surprised, as there was a couple of real sort of scary moments. The Serbian with those long limbs tends to be quite dangerous when he's working with his feet. Doesn't really need to get too close to his opponent to make it effective. As you can see, he picks up the first Shido from the avoidance of those long limbs coming too close. Comes in very deep over the back. Oh, well, what a gutsy performance from this Serbian. Has really given it a good run for his money, the number 1 seed, who's really having to keep his wits about him here in this contest. There's no doubt about it. He really has to stay focused. This Serbian is so dangerous, it's unbelievable. Bancic defending down there, as you can see. He's really trying to unsettle and give him a little bit of a taste of his own medicine out there. And under so much threat in the Niwaza positioning, picks up a Shido for touching the leg, grabbing the leg there, as you could see. Bancic, hand on the lapel now. It's got sleeve lapel, but those long legs are so dangerous. You're just anticipating something happening, I'm sure. Ishmailov feeling quite tense at the moment, of being unsure of what the capability of his opponent is. Nice attack there, scoring a Wazari, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect. 9 seconds remaining. But for me, the Serbian has been very impressive throughout this contest. But sadly, didn't manage to get past the number 1 seed in this competition. But definitely this young man had his moments here in this contest that did shaken up Ishmailov. Now we come to the next match, and this is Akadov representing Uzbekistan in the white, and Perez Roman representing Spain in blue. The winner of this match will go on to meet the number 1 seed, Shmailov. Taitoshi, very, very low attack there, trying to draw his opponent down into the Niwaza. Akadov having none of it in the Niwaza, he was back up onto his feet. Doesn't at this particular moment want to venture down into the ground against Perez Roman. Perez Roman trying to get a reaction from his opponent. You can see him pulling down, so his opponent is down at a right angle, which is very uncomfortable, and the distance for his opponent to be able to attack him is very difficult. So what he's trying to do is get that reaction of pull, so the head comes up and then he comes across for that Taitoshi that we saw in the opening exchange of this contest. Can be very effective, but Akadov, I think, is fully aware of what he's trying to do. Kosota, but he really hasn't settled in this contest, the Uzbek. Picks up a Shido, well, both of them do at this particular moment, because it's just been an exchange of grips and a clash of gripping styles, but neither one of them have really engaged too deeply into following it through onto an attack. But right angle in the bodies, working the edge of the contest area. Perez Roman a bit more flowing and movement, trying to desperately get a reaction out of his opponent, but it's not having much effect on him. Looking busy doing very little at this particular moment, but the Ouchigari that was there, as you could see, for the Spaniard. Didn't break the balance, but he entered, which takes the pressure off him as far as the referee handing out any further Shidos. Again, the lively of the two comes from Perez Roman. Looking busy. Looking as if he's really trying to set up. He's really trying to get his opponent up onto his toes. He's actually he's hinting of the Kouchigari, but he really needs that sort of movement to flow a little bit so he can get himself into a better positioning. And Akadov is staying quite firmly on his feet, and he's not really reacting as well as Perez Roman was hoping for. Very sturdy positioning for the Uzbek, playing a bit of a waiting game at this moment, trying not to be under too much pressure from the referee, as both of them have picked up a Shido apiece, and one more for either one of these athletes would change the dynamics of this contest quite considerably. Head-to-head clashing there, as you can see, worked to the edge of the contest area, and that's the first time we've seen Akadov coming in. It was for that very low Cianagi. Akadov tidying up his gi on a regular basis there, making sure there's no advantage of an open gi and more flexibility of entry for Perez Roman. Again, ruffling up the gi of his opponent. Perez Roman looking busy, but still not engaging. Comes in this time with once more the Cianagi. But Perez Roman maybe is looking to be busy enough there. Well, I thought they might have given a Shido for Akadov. So, well, that went really quickly. 4 minutes have gone, only a Shido each on the scoreboard. Still very open of a contest. Perez Roman looking very busy, doing very little, and Akadov staying very firmly on his feet, waiting for the right opportunity. to pounce. Comes in Perez Roman with the Ouchigari. Sienagi there from Akadov, who's now starting to step it up into the next gear. A little bit more livelier now, the Uzbek. Akadov a little bit frustrated there, trying desperately to get two hands on his opponent, and Perez Roman making sure that he stays fully equipped with the right grip to keep his opponent moving. Little bounce there from Perez Roman, showing there's still a lot more life in him yet as they battle through into golden score. Coming up to the first minute, so the energy that both of these have had to put through, 5 minutes. Nice gutsy move. Well, that came out from nowhere there. First time we've seen that move, and a good time to do it. Showing the real determination of this young man. Well, Akadov down by 2 shidos now. We're coming into the second minute of golden score, 6 minutes of a battle between these two athletes. Perez Roman throughout the time looking a little bit more busier, faster pace of this contest. Akadov though taking his time, and I think it's paid off there, because that for me looked a score there from the Saudi, using then his feet to get the takedown. So Akadov takes the win, 2 minutes in golden score to go through to the next round in the under 66. And he'll up against Shmailov of Israel in that next round in the quarter-final stage. Dabone there in the blue from the Ivory Coast, up against Jakova Nora of Kosovo, who swiftly goes into the Niwaza, trying to finish this contest off as quickly as she possibly can. She's got the Osakomi with the Sangaku, but it was short-lived. Didn't really secure it. Just shows the strength of this young lady from Ivory Coast. 26 years of age. Was 5th place in the African Senior Championships this year. And a 7th in Antalya Grand Prix. But finds herself in a very tricky situation. A Wazari down to an Ippon in the Sangaku. Upper body holding to take the win and a place in the next round. So that's the quarter-final stage for Jakova. And she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. Ilieva in the white from Bulgaria, and she is up against Krud of Brazil in the blue. Winner of this will meet the number 1 seed, Jakova of Kosovo. Be a very interesting match this, as we know the Brazilian's very, very strong, technically sound, and shows some very nice skills. The young team coming through. It's going to be a major threat in years to come. A little bit of a stumbling there for Krud. '63 in the world ranking. 25 years of age, this young lady from Brazil. And a silver medalist last year in the Pan American Senior Championships. Ilieva, on the other hand, very experienced young lady with quite a few results under her belt. A real contender here for a medal for Bulgaria. '31 on the world ranking. 27 years of age. And Sofia, European Open this year, was a bronze medalist, and Tel Aviv, right at the beginning of the year, started off really well, picking up a bronze medal there in the Grand Prix. Someone that just seems to be getting stronger each time we see her, building up in her confidence. And as you can see her battling away here. There's a good transition in Niwaza, very strong in the ground. And given a little bit of punishment out there for the Brazilian at this particular moment. But like I say, you can't underestimate the Brazilians. They can throw, and they can throw big. Nice judo. A real Japanese influence in their judo for me. But nice turnover there. Ilieva rotating her over and securing the osakomi. Well, it's going to be very difficult now for the Brazilian to get out of that position. She'll try, but I think it's all tightened up there. And Ilieva is looking very close. They're going through to the third round, the quarterfinal stage against Jakova in the next round. So a great performance there for the Brazilian, but sadly not the day she was hoping for. But it was always going to be a very tall order, being in the group that she was in, Pool A, and up against the number 1 seed in that pool. So now we're coming up to the quarterfinal stage of the under 52 kilos. We have Kelmendi of Kosovo, the number 1 seed, who had a bit of a shaky moment in the first round. She had a bye the first round, and the second match was really shaken slightly, where she found herself down a Wazari in the opening seconds against Olvera of Mexico. It was short-lived and came back in the style we always expect from Kelmendi, with a lot of confidence and the ability to throw. Leviska Shukvani from Georgia doesn't have that much experience on the world tour, but had a very impressive last match up against Pinkowska. And definitely someone to be watching, if not today, quite closely to see how she gets on against Kelmendi, as we know that I think with Kelmendi a little bit wiser now after her last battle. She's not going to be taking this young lady for granted. But the Georgian comes over with a high collar right over the back, very deep grip. It's quite a scary gripping style. She throws caution to the wind, she throws that arm over, that leg follows, and it really is all or nothing. And up until now, there was a little bit of showcasing. Kelmendi can read that arm. She's obviously watched her very closely in the previous round against Pinkowska. So is fully aware of her ability, but there's the Sianagi. She comes up onto the top. Again, she's up for a battle, this young lady from Georgia. And there's no surprise of her ability to be able to fight. And she draws down on those sleeves. So the attempt. A little bit caught her on the elbow there. It was a little bit of an ouch moment, as you can see by Kelmendi's face. Slightly uncomfortable.
Slightly untidy.
Yes.
There's nothing
just
deliberate in that.
No, it wasn't a deliberate move. It was just an untidy move. And Kelmendi working on those sleeves. But as you can see, the Georgian working the sleeve grips herself and leaning back a little bit too deep there. As you could see, if you had a nice Kosota or Ochiko Ochigari, the Georgian would be falling to the rear. Kelmendi obviously doesn't want to overstretch herself there. Once more on the grips, throws that arm over the back. That's the danger. Kelmendi feels that as well. Doesn't seem to be able to get past those long limbs as well as she would hope for. But the Georgian's on her heels, and a switch of direction to the rear is a possibility for Kelmendi. Staying very focused, Kelmendi works towards taking the grip. Both opting for the sleeve, but there you have the Georgian with that arm over the top again. Draws Kelmendi down to her knees. And she should close to picking up a penalty there, because every time that arm comes over the top, Kelmendi's on her knees. And rightly so, to avoid any engaging uchimatas from the Georgian. As we've seen in the previous match, she comes under the Sodi attempt. Didn't get the leverage that she wanted. But again, it's another attack. Well, there's no respect out there for this Georgian. She's going for it. She wants a place in that semi-final. She's very close, but she's up against a very tough opponent, the number 1 seed, the Olympic champion. But full respect to this Georgian, who's given it all out there, and she has caused a few problems along the way. And desperately to come under, she comes over the top again. There's the danger for Kelmendi.
She's got to find a way of getting the head up. Yeah, that was
nice entry there, though, for Kelmendi with the hip right on the edge of the cart.
But the reason that failed was it was more of an out of the grip rather than an attempt at the throw. It was, however, a reasonable little effort.
Yes, she was in deep enough.
Yeah. But it was also to get out of that grip.
We're in golden score, 36 seconds in golden score. There was that she looked like the Ouchigari there. And like I was saying, the rear she was very exposed to. But that was the first opportunity she had, I think, of catching with that rear technique. And there's no score at this particular moment, whether it was an execution or whether it was another drag down that she fell to her knees under pressure. I'm not sure. Interesting to have another wee look at that later on, but Rosari has been awarded, and again the weakness was the Achilles heel, the rear, and we saw that right at the beginning, that if the Georgian was going to go anywhere, it was going to the rear. Her heels, she was deep into her heels, the weight was to the back, just Kelmendi couldn't get close enough to be able to execute a backward technique.
Coming up next, Tanaki Funa of Japan comes up against Xiong Yao of China. It'll be Tanaki in the white judogi, Xiong in blue. I introduced that one quickly because I wanted to carry on with something that Loretta was talking about, Melinda Kelmendi. Here's that little look at that. Yeah, maybe, I wouldn't like it.
I would have said it was a bit of a 50-50 on that one. She did but upper body control
and change of direction.
Change of direction, yeah.
If she falls off to the side where she wanted to take Kelmendi, then I'd have thought, well, that's the impetus from Levitska Shukvani. However, she goes back, and the only way she's going back is if Kelmendi takes her back. So we've got to give her that one, despite the fact that it was
I was just about to say, it was a very soft Wazari, and for me, it looked like the Georgian was trying to do a Sutemi Waza, and sat down and paid the penalty for it. That was it. It cost her the match.
Orlando Cruz has just given a Wazari for that. Just that little bit into knee was up for me. I wouldn't have gone for that one. That was a turnover on the ground. They can use that for transition into Newaza, but not for scoring purposes. Neil Adams was here in the commentary position last week with Anthony Corelli, and they were talking about that, and that was a good example of it. Tanaki on the ground, strong, and this time we've got the Osaikomi. It's not that.
She hasn't secured it though. Yes.
Xiong managing to escape from that.
Xiong did really well there, really well, because I wouldn't imagine it's easy to get out of any movement from Tanaki. Very, very
good escape. Long enough on the ground then. It must have been long enough to come up with the score. 10 seconds will give the Wazari. Melinda Kelmendi and Teddy Rino really are coming under the same kind of spotlight. Slightly different for Teddy because he's got a few more. Whoa, look at that! Yes! I think that's a good score. I think she's only got one elbow down, but I like that for a score. They may have to have another look at that. Yeah.
It was definitely dynamic. There's no doubt about it.
She gets her elbow down to avoid going on her back. Isn't that what we're talking about? Isn't that the reason why we give the double elbow?
Let's have a look at it.
She's got one over here. Tanaki puts an elbow down to avoid going over. Look, it's two. She gets one and then the other. She's done both elbows at different times. Now, I know we say they have to be at the same time.
Well, to me,
but if it's a danger thing that we're talking about, how dangerous was that then?
She put that arm down, didn't she?
She's lucky to get away with this.
Very lucky.
She's very lucky. That's an interesting discussion point
Playing
here.
the one hand broke the movement, didn't it?
Yeah.
So then with the one and then the two.
And then the other. I mean, the rule is...
Still a continuous movement, wasn't it? Although the hand went down, it didn't really stop the flow of that technique continuing. And that's the thing that surprises me.
No, it didn't stop the attack.
No,
what it stopped was the score. Because if that elbow doesn't go down in defence, you go on your back.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about with putting both when they're pushed back is this danger of causing an injury, and especially with young players watching, we're trying to stop that. So that's why we give the score.
Well, she's got the Osakomi here
It's
now.
all done and
it's all
dusted
done.
now. Zhong Yao, however, gave her a bit of a scare, didn't she?
Well, there's been a few out there that's given us some of these top seeds some scares, real scares.
So let's finish off quickly before we introduce the next contest about the dilemma that Kelmendi and Riner face as they come under the spotlight. You know, the two Olympic champions who people are looking at as they make their way either towards the upcoming World Championships in Tokyo or further afield towards the Olympic Games, again in Tokyo. And the scrutiny that they come under, obviously Teddy comes under a hell of a lot more than Mylinda does. But, you know, you've got a lot of people who I'm not afraid to say it, who want to see Teddy lose. They're just lining up to take pot shots at him in the hope that he will lose, and, you know, trying to highlight every time when he should be given a Shido or this or that or that. He ended up throwing everyone last week. He threw everybody.
Oh, I know.
And
he threw big, although it took some time to get there. But
and he'd been off for 18 months.
Exactly.
I mean,
what do you
want from
expect?
the guy?
The guy obviously was fit enough to go to the distance, but he just wasn't mat fit. And that was the difference. He wasn't judo fit.
Quarter-final in the under 60 kilo category, Yeldo Smetov of Kazakhstan, the number 1 seed, former world champion, faces Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei. It's Smetov in the white judogi, Yang in blue. There's no score as yet, and we've had half a minute. And then for Kelmendi, the same thing. You know, she comes under scrutiny, and they said, oh, she's not as strong as she was, and this, that, and that. And she's banged everyone over. In the end,
yes.
She's gone into golden score, and, you know, she's shaded it here and there, but she has scored on everyone eventually. You know, she's returning from injury. She's been off for a while and not on the best of form. Champions find a way of working it out.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're doing. But it's an easy thing to say as well, because if you are the underdog, you've got nothing to lose and everything to
give
gain.
It a go,
You just have to upset the odds there, don't you, really?
And if you were coming back from an injury or a layoff or whatever the case is, you would not come back at the World Championships or at a Grand Slam. You would come back at a Grand Prix. So you have to tick that first box and say Teddy made a good choice by choosing a Grand Prix to make his comeback. But look at where look at the opposition.
The lineup he
Number
had
2
was
in the world,
amazing.
Lucius Spalek, Olympic champion at under 100 kilos. Harazawa, Olympic silver medalist.
Yes.
You know, the top Japanese. You know, this man did not go out and face just, you know, Muppets here. You know,
there was
did the
no
business.
hiding, was there?
Yeah.
He had to work for it, and he did the job.
When I look in the column where it says win or lose, Teddy Riner, it just says W. It doesn't say won but was really lucky or anything like that. It just says W. He won. You know. And when I look in the column,
in most cases, it was won by Ippon.
Yeah. And when I look in the column for Mylinda Kelmendi, it says the same thing. She scored on her opponents. You know, she scored on them. This is really what you're looking at. Of course, we can now go into talking about what the performance was like, and was it vintage Teddy Riner or was it old style smash 'em up? You know, Mylinda Kelmendi. No, but they're good reasons for that. And here is another Grand Prix at which Mylinda Kelmendi, it's now her turn to come under the spotlight, has decided, I'm going to give this one a go. This is what I want. These are the opponents I'd like to face and everything. And she's doing what she's supposed to. She's working it out. For others, this is the be-all and end-all of their competitive careers, to compete in a big, a major IJF World Tour event and a Grand Prix event. That's not for Teddy, and that's not Mylinda. Their goals are Olympic, you know, to retain their Olympic titles, world titles. But this is training.
These are training towards that.
Sorry,
yeah,
you know, with the greatest of respect to the opponents, you know, this is not their end goal here. Right, enough rant. Baruch Shmailov of Israel faces Shakram Akharov of Uzbekistan. It's Shmailov in the white judogi, Akharov in blue.
Well, Shmailov had a little bit of a running with the Serbian, and it wasn't as plain sailing as he was hoping for. It was
missed that one.
There was some interesting moments there. A great performance from the Serbian, there's no doubt about it. Akharov, again, his performance against Perez Roman, for me, Perez Roman was doing really well. But I say doing well, he was looking very, very busy, doing very little, but he still had control of the match. And Akhadov really caught him in the golden score, but he was playing too much of a waiting game. If he does that this time, he's going to be on the receiving end of Shmailov. Uchimata, and you see the opening there with the Uchimata from the Israel.
Yeah, because Baruch Shmailov isn't going to hang around. He's got one way to go. He's a fighter who likes to score and score quickly.
Yes, he's got nice judo. That Uchimata is superb when he gets the opportunity to get into it. Shown a couple of times that he was so close. Akhadov playing a different contest here altogether, but Shmailov using his feet quite nicely, stumbles his opponent down onto his face, but doesn't want to engage in the Niwaza as yet. Obviously doesn't feel like there's an opportunity there for him. Why waste any energy digging in for something that's just not there? Yeah, it's very open at this particular moment. Akhadov once more finds himself with two Shidos on the board like his previous match. Trying desperately to get the two hands on his opponent, and comes in for the Sodi, falls a little bit too short, no real rotation, but works on that arm, which for me looks a little bit suspect.
You also got to be careful when he begins to put pressure on that arm.
That arm, yes.
Because it was for me, it was on the way down.
It was very close, wasn't it?
His teammate, by the way, Tal Flicker, is on the adjoining mat, leads by Wazari. Well, that contest has just finished the round 3 contest on mat 2. He just defeated Boris Spencer.
Yes,
yeah,
well,
down on the side.
No, down on the side, but he just manages to keep that shoulder
out. Yeah.
So
it was close, wasn't it?
It was very, very close. Akhadov thought he had that Wazari. He was hoping he had that Wazari. Still, we're not near the magic 40 seconds yet.
Well, see, the thing is, now that you know about it, whenever it happens, it's going to seem like, oh yeah, it is. I suppose it's no different from any number, to be honest.
Oh, he did.
You know.
He's got.
Oh, he has got it. They were just waiting for the 40-odd seconds to come round.
Yeah. So, Akhadov there takes the lead with 35 seconds remaining in this contest, but he cannot hang on to it. He's got two Shidos on the board. Any false attack, any defensive, he could lose it with a hand sokamaki. And there you have.
He's going to feel robbed, isn't he?
Shmailov is really frustrated now. He can't wait to get in there.
Don't fall into my trap and call him Shamilov. Shmailov.
Shmailov, oh God.
He just missed the push.
Just missed it.
He's not going to come closer than that.
Shmailov there, really under pressure. He really is. He's battling away. Akhadov just trying to hold on. Seconds. What a win for Uzbekistan.
He got the left leg out on that last attack with the Sernagi. Just pushed it out. It was an unusual way to block, but it was effective. Yeah, I often mix up Shmailov and Shamilov. You know, I'm doing it all the time. No, I've never heard you do that before.
No, that's the first time. I'm always trying to stay quite.
I
think with the excitement of it, though.
It's me. I'm sorry.
I think it's down to the excitement. I forgot. Well, Shmailov will be really disappointed in that. Definitely disappointed.
I've seen him, you know, with that kind of heartbreak on so many occasions. He's the fighter who you think, surely he can't lose it from here. And then, of course,
but again, it was another soft Wazari, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A very, very soft one. Well, this will be a very interesting match here. Jakova Nora of Kosovo in white and Ilieva from Bulgaria in blue.
Tell you what, the Kosovans could have an incredible day today.
Yes, they've got some good
Distra
players.
Krasnicki, Nora Zhakova, Malinda Kelmendi, they're all lining up as well, and they're all still in the competition. Quarter-final for Nora Zhakova up against Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. Got Malinda Kelmendi lined up for the semi-final against Shishima Maeda of Japan. Yeah, and the other quarter-final that we haven't had yet is Distra Krasnicki against Li Yanan of China. So Kosovo still looking good at the moment. And Zhakova leads by Rosari here. One of my favourite fighters. I'm not afraid to say it.
I must admit, I like both these athletes. I think they're really great performers.
The reason I say about Zhakova is she came back from a serious knee injury. I mean, almost career-ending knee injury. And she's better than she was before. She was a developing player anyway when she picked up the knee injury, but she showed a lot of promise and she was there or thereabouts. But now, you know, a genuine medal hope at the highest level, Nora Zhakova. And, you know, in the shadow almost, if you like, of Malinda Kelmendi. You know, when you've got a fighter like Kelmendi in the country, it really doesn't matter what you do. You're always going to be overshadowed by the fact that you've got someone who's double world champion, Olympic champion, you know. Yeah. How are you going to beat that? So Nora was always up against it. I think she's performed incredibly well. And the same goes for Distra Krasnicki, you know, another fighter who was in the shadow of, you know, the biggest star, Malinda Kelmendi, not least of all because she was in the same weight category for as Kelmendi for a while, but she has really managed the weight control at 48 this time round. Much better. Looks good, looks strong, looks absolutely perfect for the weight category, and is right up there as far as the standings and everything are concerned. So yeah, this time round for Krasnicki, looks as though she's got everything right. Number 6 in the world, Malinda Kelmendi at the moment. Zhakova, we come to the one we got in front of us. Number 3 in the world behind Krista Deguchi of Canada and Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. And then as far as Distra Krasnicki is concerned, well, isn't that funny? I can't get that up on the screen, but she is. Did she come in here as the number 1 seed? Yeah, she is.
Who's that?
Distra Krasnicki in the 48 kilo category, number 1 seed.
No, Krasnicki in the 48s. She was.
Oh, it's Tanaki Funa. She's number 2 then.
Tanaki is the number 1, and Krasnicki number 2.
38 seconds left to go. Zhakova continues to lead by the single score. She's picked up a single penalty as well. Ilieva is the one who's got the bit of work to do here. Zhakova's finished things off. There you go. Yeah, Krasnicki has still got a bit of work to do as far as the climbing up the seedings concerned.
She's a very consistent athlete, though, isn't she? Every time we see her, she performs well. She just gets beat by somebody that's just slightly better than herself each time. But for me, she's a great performer.
Nice as she was.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a hint maybe there of, you just caught her a little bit higher than oh no, it was perfect.
Beautiful technique.
In the end, as she goes over, the foot looks higher, but it's the beginning.
Yeah.
That's Sasai Tsurikomiyashi, no doubt about it. Nicely identified by Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Yeah, got it from the... I'm not going to say the horse's mouth. That's going to sound really bad, isn't it? Right, Melinda Kelmendi is due up, but not quite yet. So we could go to mat number 4 if Lance Wicks wants to take us down there. It's Karakash Hedvig. We've just got the end of that then. Yeah. As she defeats Katerina Dovchenko of Russia. Well, I don't know where Dovchenko is on the list. 200.
Yeah, she's
21.
Right, but she's performed well.
Tell you what, you take the former world bronze medalist, Karakash Hedvig, on home soil, right to time. That's not a bad effort, is it? Good effort from Dovchenko. However, she loses out in round 3 to Karakash Hedvig, the home favourite today, really. She's the one that they're looking at. Right, they're coming up next, round 3 on mat 4. There you go, in your shot. Liu Tongjian of China faces Martina Logedice of Italy. It will be Liu in the white judogi, Logedice in blue. Didn't see Logedice bow there. Just walked on. Maybe she bowed out of shot and then walked forward. Minor thing.
Too scared to put her opponent out of sight.
Yeah, trying to keep this bit of a distance between her and Liu Tongjian. The only fluent Chinese speaker, the only fluent English speaker on the Chinese team, Liu Tongjian. Mind you, Yang Junxia speaks a bit of English. She's quite good. And as far as the interviews are concerned, that's what I'm talking about. You know, if you get to interview them, they're nice and easy. Otherwise, you need the translator. And sometimes things are lost in translation. Not with the very chatty and bubbly Liu Tongjian. Whoa, almost nice. Going over. I think she's from Guangzhou.
It's all happening in Guangzhou as well, the judo.
Yeah, oddly enough, yeah, we had a couple there, but this, we're going to Shenzhen for the Masters, if I get a visa. I shall apply for that shortly. Don't want any more hiccups.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not right, is it? You know, harmless old man like me should let me in.
There's a battle going on here, and coming up to 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Only one shooter on the board.
I thought I saw Daniel Hadfi in the arena early on, and former under 100 kilo category fighter, just at the back, that back row, the second one, not with a short cut hair, but the gentleman suited up, sitting next to him, Daniel Hadfi, former Hungarian international.
A bit of a battle of the Kimikaze going on here. It's a bit of a stalemate at this particular moment. We've gone past the halfway mark, but still only one Shido on the board. Bit of a stalemate, really. Neither one wanting to really commit themselves, and I think the referee's going to ruffle them up a little bit. And Liu takes the second Shido, which I'm surprised, because I would have thought it would have been one each. Now this changes the dynamics quite considerably of this match. Liu really has to step it up a bit. Changes the pace now. A little bit more of an aggressive approach after accepting the second Shido. Well, a nice attack there, scoring a Wazari in the timing. Again, the 43-second mark. And Liu takes the lead and secures her place through in the next round. As you can see, she's working quite hard in that knee waza, trying not to let her opponent back up onto her feet. She has nice control of the head there as she works her leg out of the grip, securing the osakomi, but then doesn't manage to keep it for too long. But works on the arm, as you can see. The arm lock is still there. Jujikatami.
Yes. Just the left leg entangled there.
Needs to sort it. Yeah, and there you've got it. Yeah. Well, that was a nice win.
So, Liu Tongjian into the quarterfinal of the under 57 kilo category. There's still 2 seconds left on the clock there, you know. She was almost held out. Time is it? 2 o'clock. Well, with that kind of lineup, Andrea Kitsu down on mat number 1 shortly. Rafaela Silva of Brazil, the current Olympic champion at under 57 kilos, on mat number 2. Melinda Kelmeni, the current Olympic champion at under 52 kilos, coming up against Maeda Chisiba of Japan on mat 3. And then a quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category between Larissa Pimenta of Brazil and Fabienne Kocher of Switzerland on mat 4. That's the contest that we're watching at the moment. It's Pimenta in the white judogi, Kocher in blue. Here's someone who has the most incredible bad luck in the draw, Fabienne Kocher. Really, when I see her from time to time, really bad luck. Both fighters penalised for just guarding that gi away from their opponent. You take your own gi and pull it away from your opponent. Sorry, that's a Shido.
Yeah, you see that happening quite a bit as well. It's,
you know, it's a bad habit that, as you know, you know where that comes from.
Yeah,
you do it in the club all the time.
Yeah.
You know, or sometimes you just guard.
No, it's definitely a very bad habit that quite a few athletes have got into.
I remember the first time I saw that kind of thing happen was way back, was because, you know, I'm from the Stone Age anyway, but it was Brian Jacks who had this habit of
throwing his gi back over his shoulders.
Over his shoulders.
Yeah.
And guess what? I did it too. Because I thought, well, that's what you do when you know, if it's okay for Brian Jacks, it must be okay for me. You know? And I just take both hands on the lapels and just push it back. For what? You know, just made it look that little bit more difficult for your opponent.
He was revealing a hairy chest. You weren't.
At least he had a chest to reveal. Oh dear. So Mat 2 has got Sabrina Filzmoser and Kovacs Kitty of Hungary. We're going to stick here because this is a quarter-final. Unless the semi-final gets underway with Marlena Kelmeni, we're not going to move, are we? Perfectly happy here. Perfectly happy here. I've been very lucky and really fortunate in, you know, where I grew up and the time that I grew up, that you could get that kind of access to those sorts of, you know, at the time, you know, superstars, no pun intended, because he was a superstar. He did go on to that program,
right,
Superstars, as did Neil Adams. I think Dave Starbrook had a go on there as well. Maybe Keith Renfrey as well. You know, all that group, they all got pulled out because they were Olympians and, you know, very, very fit. I'm not sure if we've got anyone around that kind of area now that they would pick up. And I think some of the women, if they had a women's superstars, then our girls would be in there.
Some of the girls would be in there, there's no doubt about it.
But yeah, I got lucky to be around that group without ever being in the group, if you see what I mean.
Well, it's been a very slow match, this has. And Pimenta, she's working the edge quite considerably, to the frustration of Kocha.
Vismar, the coach, is trying to point out to the referee that Larissa Pimenta is being a little bit defensive with the grip, in exactly the same way that your fighter is. You know,
they're both exactly the same.
You know?
Neither one of them really want to step it up, and I think Kocha is just trying to get that third and final Shido. It's a bit of a tactical ploy now.
You're going to get that look, you're going to get that shape, because as Loretta quite often points out, when you've got the extreme left-right, that's the shape they're going to take
as
up.
Well, yeah.
You know, Fabienne Kocha is going to stand with her left foot forward and the left side, you know, stuck out, the right side as far away from her opponent as possible, and it's going to be the other way around for Larissa Pimenta, who's going to have her left leg as far away from her opponent as she can, and then you're going to get that side on unattractive setup. 2 penalties picked up by Pimenta.
They're going to get the third one now.
A second.
There was an exchange of grips, but it was a cross grip pulled, and it was more or less a sort of throw the arm to the back, and she fell onto her face. It wasn't the nicest of styles, but at the end of the day, it's a win.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate for Pimenta. Didn't want to go out that way. Coming up, there's Julia Figueroa of Spain is up against Marina Cherniak of Ukraine. It's Figueroa in the white judogi, Cherniak in blue. A most correct fighter is Cherniak. You know, if albeit, you know, she looks a bit mechanical at times. Yeah. Figueroa is completely different.
She's like a little
battler,
pocket, she's a pocket rocket, as I would say.
She is. She's, you know, compact, stocky little
non-stop
fighter for the height. You know, it's difficult to say that she's
quite an aggressive. Yeah, she's a very aggressive,
very likeable athlete, by the way.
Yes,
very likeable. As is Cherniak. And her sister
surprises me how she makes that weight. She is so tall, isn't she?
Yeah.
But I think what's deceiving is that her gi is so big. When you look at the size of her judo gi, it makes her look bigger than what she really is inside it. But
had the dominant grip there.
And this is the advantage that she would have over Figueroa.
Her sister fights in the visually impaired, in a world championship level and everything. Olympic Games she's been to as well, I think, the sister. Hard to tell them apart.
Really?
Yeah. Really, really nice, nice family. No score yet. A little under 3 minutes left to go.
Well, Figueroa is going to find it very difficult to get past the strong defences of the Ukraine. Those long limbs makes it very, very difficult for the Spaniard to get past. And it's like a hit and run situation she's got to do. Otherwise, if Cherniak gets that high collar grip over the top, then she captures her and then slows her down. Now for Figueroa, she works and works well when she moves fast using her feet and to be able to come under her opponent's balance. But at this moment, she's finding it difficult to get past the defences. Both of them have picked up a Shido. And in fairness for Figueroa, she really can't do much about it because she's trying to get past these long limbs.
Turnover coming.
Nice turnover there. Oh, it's blocked well. Oh, she's put herself in trouble.
Oh, that was close. Just managed to get the left leg in there.
Really did.
To push.
She did well there.
Cherniak away. That was close. I thought she'd made an error there.
I thought that was all over and done. Yeah. She just didn't react quick enough. If she'd pounced on her a little bit sooner, you might have seen a different outcome.
And the thing is, Figueroa hasn't got the longest of legs, to keep you away. So Cherniak missed the trick there.
Oh, she lost an opportunity. There's no doubt about that. Look at those long limbs. That leg comes in for the Uchimata and the spin through of the Sutemi Waza, Sumigeshi.
Cherniak is the number 2 in Ukraine. No prizes for guessing who the number 1 is.
Taitoshi attempt. Switched it well.
Yeah.
She reacted well on that. That could have been quite easily a good counter there.
Figueroa was off balance.
She was off balance, but she reacted just in time. She did well, Figueroa, to get off that.
Yeah, she was... Again, Cherniak just a little bit slow. That would have been a good counter, though, but just a little bit slow in reacting to that. But you don't expect that your opponent is going to be that off balance. However, every chance you get, you've got to snatch at. And unfortunately, by the time she became aware of her opponent being off balance, Figueroa was tidying the situation back up.
Oh, yes! Yes! Nice judo there. Beautiful Tewaza movement. 43 seconds remaining. Hey, that was nice.
You run the risk, you pay the price.
Yeah, that was
Cherniak
nice.
was going for it 100% here.
She was pushing.
I mean, she almost threw herself on that one. She just gave everything to it. Here's Freddie with the replay.
She hooked in the cut, but she lost the foot in, and
she was still going through with the throw. There was nobody there to throw. Figueroa gets out of the way of this.
She's got the arm around the back.
Here comes the right leg.
And it was that push and the pull. Nice. The winning ingredient part of that is that hand was just on that elbow and she pulled it in and pushed the shoulder back.
That is such bad luck, isn't it? She's really in there.
Oh, she lost it.
And she just continues to go through with it.
That was nice. That was really nice. It was a gutsy move to make because by taking her foot back, she could have knocked herself off balance. So she must have been very secure with the grip and comfortable in the position she was.
I'll go for this.
But she timed that well.
You've got another Spaniard on the mat now. Francisco Garrigos is up against Ganbat Bolbatar, the Spaniard being Garrigos. Ganbat is from Mongolia, so it's Garrigos in the white judogi, Ganbat in blue. We've had Freddie on the replays this morning, but I think we're about to have Lance Wicks take over that position. They've swapped places. He is indeed. Lance Wicks is in the chair, so we'll see what replays he can offer up. Yeah, we're not going to switch mats here, Garrigos and Ganbat.
Krasniki in the quarter-final stage as well there.
Mongolian former world champion, Garrigos, former junior world champion, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Stay with these two. But we shall keep an eye and see what's happening with Distra Krasniki of Kosovo. She's up against Li Yanan of China. That's on mat 2 if you want to watch that one. That one is underway.
Gambat was one of these that wasn't up there in the seeding, but definitely one to keep an eye on. Here in the quarter-final stages. Well, no, he was one of the seed. No, he wasn't. Just looked at that. Garrigos was one of the top 4 seeds.
It's funny when you think about the configuration of different venues or different arenas. Li Yanan, by the way, has just picked up a 3rd penalty with 2 minutes left on the clock against Distra Krasniki in a quarter-final. And that's poor tactics there.
Yep.
To give up 3 penalties, you know, with still so much time left on the clock. She had her hands full with Krasniki and it proved too much. I'm just talking about venues and how they configure and how many mats you can fit in and, you know, whatever. Of course, if you're going to have big mat areas, then you're going to have a lesser number. I'm just thinking of somewhere like, because we've got 4 here, but in Bercy we've had 5, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've been at one end, and it's impossible to see the other end.
Can't see, they're just dots. Well, Gambat there has taken the win and finds him now swiftly through into the semi-final.
Lance will show us that one again. Sorry, where is that? Lance will show us that one in a second. Maybe you can talk us through it. There's Ganbat making his way off. He's got some time before he'll be back on for the semi-final. I'm still waiting to see Valinda Kilmendi. I could have gone, you know, and had a bit of a break, but I thought, yeah, well, any minute she'll be on now. No. There you go.
Uchimata. Well, he thought he was off it, but then he came through with the Koichigari, driving off that back leg. Nice combination of techniques. Beautifully executed. The height there, and the Garrigos thought he was off, but not for long. Beautiful combination.
Yeah, the thing that strikes me about that is at no point do I think that Ganbat planned the you know, the end goal or the end technique. He reacted every time there was a move. He reacted to it, and he reacted in the right way. And in the end, he ended up taking his opponent over for Ippon. Semi-final place for Ganbat Bolbata of Mongolia. We're still on mat 4. We're watching the under 66 kilo category quarter-final.
And look, Filiev there in the under 60s quarter-final stage. He wins and he goes through now to the semi-final.
Spoke to him this morning. I spoke to him this morning. He said, "I'll see you in the final."
That's what he said.
Cocky little devil.
I love that.
However, there he is. So, what can you say? Well, I mean, he's pretty close to getting in there. Batoktok Erkenbaya of Mongolia is up
at the moment against Yildiz Zhumakhanov of Kazakhstan. That's the quarterfinal that we're watching on mat number 4 at the moment. Batokdog in the white judogi, Zhumakhanov in blue. As soon as we've got movement on one of the other mats, in particular mat 3, when we've got Kilmendi and Maida, then we'll go there. Oh, that was nicely done. A little bit of a roll, I suppose, but probably good enough to give him the ippon. Yildiz Zhumakhanov takes the win. He goes into the semi-final. Repechage for Batokdog of Mongolia. Right, well, this should have the crowd interested then. Karakash Hedvig of Hungary faces Lo Tongjian of China. It's Karakash in the white judogi, Lu in blue. Both fighters taking a bit of time to settle down, but it's Karakash who attacks first with that Uchimata, and then the little Kochi attempt to follow up, which he doesn't come up with the score. Karakash, well known for prowess on the ground. I'm sure that Liu Tongjian is aware of that because she has been to a number of training camps, maybe even competed against Karakash previously, so should know about it. Yeah. You know, there's only so long you can fight someone like Karakash off. Relentless on the ground. Hasn't quite got the same kind of firepower that she did a few years ago, especially on the ground. But I think the experience was what really told there, and Liu Tongjian, try as hard as she could, was unable to get herself out of that difficult position, and he eventually had to tap out. You can only get rolled so many times, and every time you roll it gets stronger for your opponent, so that was the end of that one. Right, we've got two repechage contests. One down on mat 1, one down here on mat 4. So this was the lineup they were looking for then. We've still got a quarter-final to finish off on mat number 2. And I think as soon as we finish that, that'll be it. So possibly, thanks very much, Lance. That was the place to go. Knew exactly where we wanted to go. Tal Flicker of Israel is on mat 2 at the moment. This is in the under 66 kilo category. Tal Flicker, the number 2 seed here at the beginning, is up against Martin Alberto Gaitero of Spain. I think it's Alberto Martin Gaitero actually. And he leads by Wazari with a little over a minute left to go. Tal Flicker is in a difficult position, having not only given up the score, but he's 2 penalties down. So things are not looking good for the number 2 seed Tal Flicker. In fact, they don't look that good for Israel, because we've already seen Shmailov lose his quarter-final.
Yeah.
And now Tal Flicker trails in his. Well, it's not as though we can take you to any other map, because there aren't any other mats showing action. We're just getting ready for a kind of mini final block, it feels like. And whilst we wait for Gaitero Martin to return to the tatami, I'll just tell you a little bit. Well, there he is, so I won't tell you anything. But about to get back underway. Flicker in the white judogi. Gaitero Martin in blue. We've got a little over a minute left to go. Spaniard leading by Wazari, going to come under some serious pressure.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Tal Flicker is going to go all out now to come back into this contest. He's had a time to compose himself, to rethink what he's going to be doing in this match. Gaitero Martin, obviously, well, there's 2 Shidos for Flicker as well, so it's really a difficult situation for Flicker. For me, Gaitero Martin has been quite impressive throughout the day. I've really enjoyed watching his progress throughout to this quarter-final stage. Maybe quite a few impressive matches. Again, you can see that sort of thought process going through while tying up his belt. We're just under a minute, sort of 36 seconds precisely. So for the defensive Kimikata, he picks up a Shido.
Oh yeah, Gaitero picked up a Shido for a whack to the face there.
Yep. He needs to stay positive there, but 25 seconds is a long time when you're defending, and there's going to be another Shido. Another Shido going to Gaitero Martin. Well, they always have to get strapping to the toe, to the frustration of Flicker here, who's left on the tatami. Really just wants to keep that pressure going, and this pause sort of counteracts all the work that he's just done, really, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, 22 seconds, to be honest, is no time at all when you look at
He's got to get
the state of the scoreboard.
Yeah. Even if he picks up, he will pick up, I'm quite sure he'll pick up a Shido for his defensive action, Gaitero Martin.
That's Gaitero Martin, yeah.
Yeah.
However, unless he's completely stupid, he won't pick up 2. He can gift Flicker 1 during this 22-second period.
Well, for Flicker it is frustrating times right now. A lot's going on in his head. He's 22 seconds away from being out of the semi-final. And it all depends on how he plays the next 22 seconds. Personally, I feel if he goes out to try and throw, he could get that third and final penalty. But if he goes out and it looks obvious that all he's trying to do is to get the third and final Shido, then it won't work. Because now the referee will know that that is the option and the only option out for him. So it's all or nothing for him, really. Go out to win it. Time to fix his hair as well.
I heard that, sorry, I heard that they were going to have the World Championships here in 2022 as well. So having 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, my maths isn't that great, 5 years in between World Championships. I can only think of Rio that had a similar thing. We were there in 7 and 13, weren't we?
Yeah, that's right.
And when was...
They do have the
Kahari and
infrastructure to be
Osaka.
able to host an event like that, though, isn't it? And that's the problem.
Here we go again.
There was that fumbling for Flicker, trying too hard, but he's going out to win. He's not going out to defend or try and cause this. Well, he didn't, and that Gutierrez Martin didn't even pick up that second Shido, which I thought was on the cards.
He does now.
He was, yeah,
But to me, Tal Flicker spent 17 or 18 seconds trying to push Gaetero out of the area.
yeah.
He eventually succeeded, and his opponent picked up a penalty with 2 seconds left on the clock. Happy now? You know, such a bad tactic. Here's someone who's got really good throwing skills. Why didn't you spend the time trying to throw him?
I'm very surprised, though. Before the mate was given, he went off for medical attention. I thought he was going to pick up a Shido then.
Yeah, he got lucky, didn't he?
So he got lucky on that point, because if he had got that and he did what he did there, he would have had the third and final Shido. But he would have changed the dynamics anyway. Getting a second Shido, Gutierrez Martin would have maybe changed his tactics in the way he conducted himself. So a win's a win, and he's the one that goes through to the semi-finals of the under 66.
I always look at this now, you know, the one who's got the score, the one who scored, I find it difficult to take away from them now. Right, Rafaela Silva of Brazil, not for the first time, faces Sabrina Filzmerser of Austria. It's Silva in the white judogi, Filzmerser in blue. Here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. Well, not the ideal positioning that Filzmerser wanted. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza, and found herself on the receiving end of an Osakomi. Well, that was a bit of a gift given to Rafaela Silva. Filzmerser tried desperately to get out of that situation she put herself into, but too keen to get started, but didn't think about it too wisely. So Silva goes into the semi-final of the under-57s very swiftly indeed. But there you have it. Sutemi Waza, but left herself so exposed. The Osakomi there. She had the arm controlled quite nicely, pinning both shoulders to the ground. See, that leg really didn't have much control when she came in for this Sumigeshi. And now we have the semi-final of the under 52 kilo category, and this is against the Brazilian in white, Valentim, and she's up against Kocher of Switzerland in the blue. Good strong gripping actions from both the athletes, controlling quite nicely each other. It's not leaving much openings for either one of them to follow through for an attack. Left hand right over the high collar. Kocher controlling nicely there. But as you can see, it's just controlling at the moment. Valentim trying desperate to come through with the hips. Valentim there with the Shido. Controls with that sleeve, as you can see, but the right hand really has very little effect in being able to control Kocher. Kocher throwing that once more, that left hand high on the collar. Misjudges it there, but nevertheless, Valentim goes it down into the Niwaza. And shoulder stretches there, looking to take the Osotogari off at the side. Valentim again desperately trying to come through with the hips. A Sodi attempt. She's got the sleeve, but really, other than that, has very little option open for her, and picks up her second Shido, which really does pile the pressure on this Brazilian. Steps across, tries to get the arm round the back. Moroti Sianagi attempt there. That's probably one of the stronger attacks that she's put in so far. With just under a minute remaining in the semi-final. Trying to get past that defensive arm there of Kocher, who's just tactically working like we've seen in her previous match. Again, it was another Brazilian, so she's really gone through the Brazilian team here in this competition. Uchigari. Oh, so close to scoring. Good change of direction. And 5 seconds remaining. Well, it looks like this is going to go to golden score. So far, that was the closest of attacks to scoring in this semi-final. And now we'll go to the golden score. 2 Shidos to 1. And as we know, Kotcha is very good at working tactically with the advantage of the Shidos. She did it against a teammate Pimenta, who was defeated in the quarterfinal stages. Again, tries to get the hips through past that defensive left arm. Better effort this time. Kotcha with the left hand high on the collar, drawing in the shoulder. Stronger positioning in the grips. Valentin turns into that strong arm for the Cianagi. Just at the edge of the contest area there. A little bit of a dangerous ground to be working on. Valentin looking very frustrated out there at this particular moment. Now finds herself on the receiving end of the Sangaku Jimmy. I think she's looking there not for the shimiwaza but for the turnover, but decides to opt out in engaging further into the niwaza. Athletes have been battling away. Valentin looking very frustrated. Comes in again once more for the Cianagi. An attempt of a Sutemi-waza, but really a sort of a desperate attack there from a young lady that looks extremely under pressure. Kotcha throwing that left arm right over the back of the head there, drawing in onto the shoulders, hooking in with the Ouchigari. Again, looking very strong and positive and in control. Valentin just trying to survive out there. Well, there was a very close one indeed. She caught her on both sleeves, holding onto those sleeves, attacked with what looked to be the Osotogari, but it was still very short of getting a score, but my goodness, it was close. And they continue 2.5 minutes now. Kotcha with the cross grip, tries to throw that arm, gets the connection there with the left high on the right shoulder, trying to control the movement of Valentin. That's Valentin just doing extremely well there, but there Kotcha with the second Shido. Now both of them are in this predicament, either one of them making a bad move, a defensive action, will cost him a place in the final of the under 52 kilos. Battling away here, but Kotcha looks like she has a little bit more in the tank to give. Valentin starting to look very, very weary out there. And who'd blameth? 7 minutes of a battle between these two young ladies. But Kotcha has that arm over the top, which always looks very threatening. It needs to be. Oh, there's the Uchimata. Another strong attack there from Kosher. Valentin really has to dig in deep now. She's looking ever so weary out there. Really has to try and find something deep. A big throw. Another attack from Kosher, and it'll be all over and done with, I think. The high collar grip once more. Valentin with the head down, trying desperately to find something from that positioning, but it's too late now. Third and final Shido will be awarded here. Valentin will receive it, and a place for Kosher in that final of the under 52 kilos is awarded. Valentin will go into the repechage and she'll battle away for that bronze medal a little bit later on. So now we have the semi-final of the under 48 kilo category, and this is going to be very interesting indeed. Krasniki of Kosovo in the white, and Figueroa of Spain in the blue. Now Figueroa, the little pocket rocket as I call her, she's got so much energy, so much passion in her judo. A very aggressive little fighter when she wants to be. Krasniki, a phenomenal athlete as well, both very, very powerful 48 kilo players that have dominated the world circuit for quite some time. Always there and about the medals. And this will be a very interesting match, and who's on form here today, who can compose themselves, who can take the pressure. Krasniki, you tend to feel that can do it, and there you have it. Krasniki stepped right across, really reached through to And now we have the under 60 kilos semi-final. Viliev in the white and Gambat of Mongolia in blue. Gambat taking the lead with the Sutemi Waza, nicely executed as he works his way through in the Niwaza. From around this angle, looking for the option of the arm lock, but now trying to secure the Osakomi, but still working on that arm as we can see right now. And there you have Gamba takes the win and a place in the final of the under 60 kilos.
Well, we won't be seeing Lutfalayev in the final then.
No.
He came close, but no cigar. Probably doesn't smoke anymore. Right, what else have we got lined up for you? We could have a look at Smetov and Tonika Chikadova on map 3. Yeah, if we can go to map number 3, because there you go, we've got it. Well done. Right, it's in golden score. Yelda Smetov of Kazakhstan, the number 1 seed here in the under 60 kilo category, former world champion, is up against Tonika Chikadova of the Netherlands. Smetov in the white judogi, Chikadova in blue. There's no score. Chikadova has picked up 2 penalties, Smetov just the 1. We've had 40 seconds of golden score. What an effort that was from Chikadova. Huge ojigari that was almost countered by Smetov there spectacularly. In the end, naught came of it. Huge ojigari entry from Chikadova. He's going again, right-sided. And the little Sumigaeshi. Smetov back against the wall here. Another big effort from him, mind you. He can afford to burn 1, can't he? Someone's got a bit of a blood injury, and that maybe just suits Smetov, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just takes a little bit of a break and gather himself.
Just to compose himself. I think he's under a little bit of pressure there, starting to show through the judo.
Well, you're right there, Loretta, yes. Very well put. He's under a little bit of pressure. A minute 10 into golden score, semi-final. So, yeah. He may be feeling a little bit of pressure. As was the case with Montreal, the Grand Prix in Montreal last week, it's not a case of us trying to say, oh, you know, this is the greatest event that we've ever had with the deepest field and the greatest of champions. It's not the case. However, some of the fights have been absolutely top draw. Some of the matchups have been really great.
Yeah, they've been very good, haven't they?
And a good number of these have been really, really important contests for the participants, either in their progression or in their preparation for things to come. And I think of, in particular, Tanaki Funa of Japan, Marlene Kelmendi, Rafaela Silva, Karakash Hedvig. You know, there are a few people here who really need these contests and these results.
And they're top liners, aren't they? They're ones that we would anticipate would be real contenders for Olympic medals.
Yes.
That have already got a collection.
So we're back underway with the Smetov-Chikadova semi-final. Chikadova had to step off the competition area for a while to get some medical treatment, just to stem a little bit of blood from the nose, and he's back now. There's a fighter who's really growing in stature very, very quickly. Absolutely delighted to see the Dutch with someone at 60 kilos. Almost gets caught there. Little Koichigari from Yelda Smetov taking Chikadova back, but he managed to turn onto his front. Seotoshi left-sided from Smetov, and it has suited him to have this little break. He just roughed Chikadova up a little bit, banged him on the head there. That wasn't deliberate, but he did take a bit of a bang. Just going to have to gather himself now. Roy Koffeberg is the other 60-kilo fighter from the Netherlands that comes to mind. It's so unfortunate that he ends up getting a penalty for that. I mean, yeah, anyway, that's the rule. Smetov knew how to play that rule very, very well. He just stuck 2 or 3 in very, very quickly. Chikadova didn't have a way back and picked up the 3rd and final penalty. Under 66 kilo category now, Shatra Makadov of Uzbekistan faces Ganbold Kurlan of Mongolia. It'll be Akadov in the white judogi, Ganbold in blue. No scorers yet between Akadov and Gambold. Gambold being very watchful at the moment. Speaking of watchful, so is the current ambassador for Mongolia to Hungary. He's in the crowd watching on closely. You see him in the background in a couple of seconds when the camera goes over to the right. I had a chat with him this morning. He loves judo. Hugely popular sport in Mongolia. Single Shido against Akadov. Akadov putting some pressure on Gambold here. Gambold would like to finish this off before it goes to golden score. Not to get an attack in. Strong grip, but not really doing a great deal with it. Wants to come right-sided. Has a little tap there for one direction. He just overpowered Akadov enough, I think, here to draw a penalty. Yeah, and he does. He did crumble a little bit under that pressure. I mean, Ganbold was helping him on his way, of course. And right at the death there, he picks up a second penalty. So it's put Akadov at a real disadvantage here. A single penalty now will put him out. The force, if you like, is with Ganbold at the moment. Another little tap at the foot there, and then really didn't get the good rotation on that right-sided effort. He may get away with that. Nope, Ioana Babiuk is a little bit more forceful than I was and decided that a penalty was in order as he picks up a penalty for that false attack. It really wasn't the best of attacks there. Oh, there's the ambassador in the background asking for a Shido. I told you they like the judo. From the top man down, the president of Mongolia, right down to all the staff, and huge number of fans follow judo. He's got his own camera as well. He's filming the event. Could have taken our footage, couldn't he? Anyway, minute gone of golden score. 2 penalties by Akadov. Doesn't like the foot tap in from the Mongolians. He gives him a little one to the chin, but all part of the game, that. Ganbold gave him a little bit of a rough up round the left ear. Took a strong grip and just had the forearm rub into the air. It's all getting a bit testy now. We've had a minute and a half of golden score, and Akadov has been asked now by the referee to tidy his gi up. I say that because there is a rule. Doesn't matter whether we agree with it or not. There happens to be a rule. And that rule is that you tidy your own gi up without the referee having to ask you. If the referee does have to ask you to tidy your gi up, then they'll ask once. And on the next occasion, you will be penalised if you don't do your gi up. So, a bit of pressure there from Ganbold. Nice attack from Akadov. He's just shading it to me now, the Uzbek here. Ganbold losing focus a little bit about what's important in the contest, and he just drifted into that kind of, oh, Akadov's got 2 penalties, let me see if I can give him 3. He doesn't need to do that. He's also just being that little bit reticent to come in with the big attacks, you know. Really has to put himself out a bit here. Or else this one is going to slip away from him. He does have the benefit of just having collected 1 Shido. That was a slightly better position. He lost contact with the right arm on an Ippon Seoinage attempt. Then went begging, but got himself into a useful position there. Almost 3 minutes of golden score gone. Again, Ganbold just a little bit too preoccupied with positioning on the edge. Just concentrated that little bit more on the gripping. Well, then he may get away with it. Akadov may pick up a 3rd penalty. No, I'm not keen on it, especially if it's for a false attack. No, I'm glad that didn't go that way. I didn't feel that was warranted at this stage. He doesn't know why it's happened, but we spoke about this. He failed to tidy his own gi up. Of course it's a silly penalty, but
we've just gone through this. We've just spoken about this. If the referee has to tell you to tidy your gi up, they will, but they'll only tell you once. If they have to do it again, then it's a Shido, and if you've already got 2 penalties on the board, well, you know what's going to happen. That is such an amateurish way to lose a contest. Right, we've got another semi-final coming up now. This is in the under 57 kilo category. Nora Zhakova of Kosovo faces Miriam Roper of Panama. It's Zhakova in the white judogi, Roper in blue. Well, you know what you get with Miriam Roper. It's going to be all-out attack from the beginning. Weather that particular storm, and you're in with a chance. Sumigeishi from Roper. Zhakova moving off to her left to avoid getting caught up in it. Right arm over, and a chance for the Makikomi there, but just missed out. She was losing contact with the hands, and as a result of that, couldn't come up. That's better now. It's over the head. Got to really work on the arm here. Maybe go for the Sangaku. She does. The count is on. Runs it inside of calls. Osai Komi had a little stab at the arm then, as well as the Osai Komi. Rosari on the board. Looks happy at it. Looks up at the board. Roper tries to throw herself around and thrash around to try and find some kind of leverage to get out, but it's not happening, and it is Nora Zhakova who will make her way into the final. Miriam Roper will go down into the bronze medal contest. We're on map 2 now, where the golden score contest between, well, the contest that went into golden score, the first of the semi-finals, Rafaela Silva and Karakash Hedvig, first as in that began first, has just ended with Rafaela Silva picking up a 3rd penalty, this time for stepping out, and they have waved that off. Well, you know, the referee gets told by his colleagues what to give as far as the penalty is concerned, and when you've got to wave off a penalty from a Hansoku Make situation on the Olympic champion against the home favourite, if it just doesn't feel right, try to get that right first before you start dishing out the penalties. It just looks so bad to take it away as though you don't know what you're doing. 2 penalties against Rafaela Silva, 1 against Karakash Hedvig. And we've had 3 minutes of golden score. Nothing would please the home crowd more than for Karakash Hedvig to win this against the current Olympic champion. And of course, with the way things are in the world ranking list, nothing would please Karakash Hedvig more than to get into a final. Currently down at 22, so she is qualified because you can take out the doubles that there would be there, but it would make things so much easier for Karakash, especially with the World Championships coming up. She wouldn't really, even with a win here, if she were to win here and then win in the final, it still wouldn't get seeded. So it's not going to make a big difference. Well, make a big difference to her, I suppose. not to our seeding.
Oh, I can't believe that. Rafaela Silva has just caught Karakash Hedvig right at the death. Really can't believe that. She was so close to taking that. Just going to have another look at how that unfolded. You can see the coach is on his way there. You know, if you've seen that, Uchimata, and then Nidan Kosotagari around the back there. Here's the Uchimata attempt. It's off balance. She's already off balance. And the other thing is, you've got the top half. It was as though Silva was waiting for that. Look at with the top half of Karakash. She's already sliding off to the left. There's a push there. You know, she knows that is coming. Just waiting for it. And then gets caught out in the end. Well, you get unlucky sometimes. And unfortunately for Karakash, she did everything to get there. And then in the end, it went wrong. Right, well, we've come to the end of the first part of the day. We've got the final block coming up at 5 o'clock, but before we do that, Loretta Gusat and myself are going to go through what's happened this morning. We'll go through and see who it is that we've got in the finals. Not all the matches, I don't think, unless you've done them all.
I think I've tried to get through them. I'm trying.
Right. Okay, so let's look first of all at the under 48 kilo category. You want to go there?
Well, I'm guessing because I didn't see this one. Had a little bit of a break there, but Tanaki in the final with Krasnicki.
Distra Krasnicki.
Yeah, so
Kosovo. Okay, did you guess that?
I did
well
with
done.
that one.
Well done. I'm hoping you're right then.
So right.
Okay. Right. So I mean that is what we were looking at this morning. That's the number 1 seed.
Yes.
And the number 2 seed. She had a little bit of a hiccup, didn't she, against Chernovitsky in that semi-final?
Yes.
Chernovitsky threw her for Wazari, but it was early on. It was the first 30 seconds.
That's right, yeah. And it was, she then stepped it up again, didn't she? And then came back to being what we were all expecting, the excitement of the day. So for me, I think Tanaki, she came in as the number 1 seed, and I think she will get through onto that top podium position. But with Krasnicki, she's been looking okay. She's not looked as sharp as I have seen her in other events, but Tanaki, I just think, has this little ability to flow nicer. She's got some really outstanding judo. It's exciting to watch, and I think the skill factor might be the bit that just puts her that little bit further up on that podium position.
Let's see who you've got in the bronze medal contest.
Well, these are the ones Martinez Abelenda of Spain, and
Figueroa. Oh, that's unfortunate.
And do you know, I like Figueroa.
Yeah.
I think she's been really good today, and
Strong,
I'd like to see her get on that podium. I'd like to see her to get the bronze medal. Then we have Cherinak. For
She'll
me,
be up against
Chernovitsky. Yeah. So for me, I think Cherinak.
It's going to be tricky, I think, because
it's going to be a difficult one. But
at home has looked really good. I mean, this is the kind
it has been the best I've seen her for a long time.
Good,
we watch her and we just say that she's one that battles her way right through to that podium position or just outside the podium position. But she's always been a battler. But for today, she has flowed a little bit better. She's looked sharp. She's looked very confident out there, and she's had some great wins. So yeah, there's a possibility you might be right. Cherinak, for me, I like her. I think there's something special about her. And today she's on form as well. So it's going to be an interesting match. Will the home ground give her that percentage that will take her through? That's for me, I think, might be the percentage she needs today.
She hasn't had to travel. You know, she's got the home crowd behind her. She's just lost in a really difficult one.
It's been a hard one, yeah.
And it may be just enough motivation for her to think, well, two things going, a couple of
maybe 3 things going right for me today. I'm at home. I gave it all against Tanaki, and I threw her. So
Yes.
maybe this is my
The confidence
day,
that she
and I
needs.
bounce back against an opponent who, with the greatest of respect to
Yes.
Cheniak, is not the best in the world.
No.
So she's got a really
No,
good
that's
chance
right.
here.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a mind game for her.
Yeah.
Can she
Yeah.
pull herself back up from being disappointed? She was so
That's
close
it.
to getting into that final.
But that's
Can
the only
she
thing I think
build
that's
that?
really
Is
going for her.
for me.
Bounce back.
Can
It's
she
the
bounce
biggest
back?
thing, the
Yeah.
bounce back factor. Right, 52 kilo category. We'll do the bronze medal contest first. Andrea Kitsu of Romania against
Yes.
Eleuris Valentim of Brazil, and a Paris box of Spain up against Melinda Kelmendi. Pick one of those. We'll go through that, and then we'll do the final.
Kelmendi for me,
Yeah.
for a bronze medal. There's no doubt about it. And
Another bounce back thing, because she lost out to the young Japanese,
Yes.
Maeda.
Maeda's been on
Just out
form though,
juniors.
isn't she? Yeah, she's
out
she's
juniors,
good.
yeah.
She's good. She's very, very sharp. And Valentim, I like her. I like her judo. She's battled away here.
Yeah.
She's a young athlete that's coming through, but she's got nice judo. If she's got an opportunity to show that she can throw, it's going to be difficult against the Romanian. I definitely think so. I think that's going to be a real battle. But
As you often say, so much
There's a
experience,
battler
yeah.
against a stylish
Yeah.
athlete, and I don't know. I'd like to see the Brazilian come through and shine here today.
And then in the final, Maeda of Japan to go up against Kosher of Switzerland. Talk about that one.
Maeda for me has been sharp. She's lovely judo, and I can't see anyone beating her. I can see her being on that top space. Kocha, for me, she's a battler. She has been.
What a day.
What a day she's had.
Incredible. I mean,
She's gone to Shido. She's tactically been on form. Tactically. Technically.
Lagfasuren,
Yeah.
Pimenta.
She went through the Brazilians like the Brazilians would be like pulling their hair out with she's had both of them in her half, but she has battled all the
She
way.
surprised me
Tactically,
today.
she's very sound. She really does. She works to the best of her ability. She's not most probably one of the stylish athletes that we would like to see in that final, but this is where I think the big clash will come, because Maeda can throw, and I think she'll be outclassed in this final.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've got to agree with you there. There's just too many weapons from such a young fighter as well. But she's prepared completely in that Japanese mould, 100%. There's no way of mistaking that. Right, under 57 kilo category.
Right, well, this is a little bit sort of short.
No, it's okay. We'll leave out the bronze medal.
Yes.
We'll just go straight to the final, because it is going to be Nora Zhakova who defeated Miriam Roper in the semi-final.
Yes.
She'll be up against the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva.
Well, Rafaela Silva,
Squeeze past Karakash there.
but she does that all the time. She's a big thrower at times, and then others she just battles. She's got a big heart. She's got a big tank. She keeps going. She battles away. There's no one that can really knock her out. She'll just keep coming back fighting. But Zhakova, again, she's up against another tough opponent, not only physically but mentally strong. And I think Zhakova, for me, is the one that's just edging it slightly. Just slightly. The experience and that world class of what you would, if you looked at the track record, you would say Rafaela Silva. She's Olympic champion. She's world champion. She's ticked all the boxes. She's got the T-shirt for it, and you would put her out there to be the winner.
And yet we're
But
both picking
Zhakova, I think, has got that.
something there,
There's
yeah.
something there. She
Again, I agree
wants
with
it.
you.
She hasn't got it, but
Yeah.
she wants
Yeah.
it. And I think she's got the edge today.
And the other thing is that she doesn't have to look over her shoulder at Mylinda Kelmendi, because
No.
Kelmendi's not in the final.
That's it.
You know, you would be up against.
Yes.
Could also act as inspiration if you hear, the national anthem for Kosovo before you go on, because that's the way it would be with the 52 before the 57.
Yes.
There'd be the men's one in between as well, so you would hear that anthem and see the flag go up. That could be inspiration. That's not going to happen today, so the focus will all be not on what has Mylinda Kelmendi done, can I keep up with her, it's, hey, it's all on you.
It's all on you. You're
Well,
there.
mind you, she does have District Krasniki, but there's a nice
Yes,
gap
yeah,
in
yeah,
between
yeah.
there, and that could act as the motivation. And that's not going to take any shine away. In fact,
when you think about it, the best thing that could happen for Nora Zhakova is for Krasnicki to win early on, because she will hear that anthem, she'll see the flag go up, and it won't be Mylinda Kalmendi. It won't be, oh no, I've got to follow Mylinda. It's a big thing. What we're talking about here is the pressure that the success of someone in your own team brings, because it doesn't matter, if Mylinda wins, story number 2 or 3 is going to be Nora Zhakova.
Yes.
If Krasnicki wins, story number 1 will be Zhakova. So it's a different dynamic.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you. And you've got Borowska from Poland, and she'll be up against Caracas of Hungary, who lost in the semi-finals. So again, that's going to be a very interesting one. But I'm going to go for Caracas for home girl.
Hey,
she's been doing well. Yeah, I think we're not falling out at all here. And you've got Miriam Roper, who's a very experienced, most probably one of the more mature athletes in this competition.
And you said the age earlier, but I'm going to give that a miss.
Yeah. Oh, did I? Sorry.
I'll leave that.
Sorry, Miriam. But she weathers well. That's all I can say. She looks fabulous for it. And Filzmoser, she's up against the Austrian. And I think, I'm going to be sitting on the fence with this one, because I think there's the maturity, experience, exposure, someone who she digs in deep. Filzmoser, she can be hot and cold. Sometimes she's great. Sometimes she's really poor. There's no happy medium with her at times. And she makes mistakes. And she did make a terrible mistake in an earlier round where she came in for a Sutemi-waza. Just laid there against, I'm sure it was Silva. That's right. It was in the quarterfinals against Silva. She came in and just handed it on a plate to her. That was it. And it was a silly error. And I was very, very surprised. So that's why I sit on the fence with it. Any other time, if I'd seen her perform the way she has done in previous matches, I think she had a chance. But based on what I've just seen recently here today, she's off form.
Okay, let's take a look at the first of the men's categories. It's the under 60 kilo category. We've got the bronze medal possibilities lined up there. I can see Yang Jung Wei and Lutfilayev. Lutfilayev lost in the semi-final.
Yes, that's right.
He's got to go straight in there. Is he up against Yang Jung Wei then?
That's right, yes.
It's going to be absolutely super top.
It's going to be a great match, isn't it? It's going to be interesting to see. Lutfilayev.
Yeah, Lutfilayev again.
Definitely
Down
for
in the
me.
bottom half,
And then, right, you've got...
He lost in the semi-final.
Now, it's against
the winner
Garrigos and Lee.
And Garrigos defeated Lee.
So
it was a very, very close contest. So it will be Jakarta with a youngster from the Netherlands against...
Jakarta, for me, I think, has been good today. He's been good, and I like him.
Yeah.
I do. I really do like him. I think he's a great guy.
Just shown a little bit of something, hasn't he? He's just shown a little bit.
Yes.
Has Jakarta well.
And then you have in the final, you have Smetov of Kazakhstan and Gamba. For me, I put him down to being there. I think he was sort of a little bit in the shadow. He wasn't the top seed.
They
but
got
with
some
the
previous, these two, Gambat and Smetov.
So
I think that this
no
will be
love lost between
really
these two.
And I can't choose which one, because Smetov he's such a tricky little tricky fighter. Gambat Bulbasaur, you kind of know what you're going to get. Never smiles, or very rarely does he smile. He's just a straight ahead guy.
He's gone through the walls here today. Yeah. He's had some battles on his hand, and he's come through. Yes, so he's come back. He's come in there into the final. For me, it's Gamba all the way. I've been impressed with him throughout.
Let's go for the last of the weight categories, the under 66 kilo category. We lost both of the top two, didn't we? The number
yes,
one
we
and
did.
The number two seeds, Baruch Shmailov and Tal Flicker. They are not going to end up in the semi.
We've got Flicker who's fighting for the bronze medal. Yeah, Tal Flicker is for that. Well, with Tal Flicker and Hakadov, for me, Hakadov has got the potential to be brilliant. but I think he's made some really silly mistakes throughout the day.
Especially the one with the gear.
Yes, I just think that's crazy, absolutely crazy against athletes like that. So I'm going for Flicker here because I think he's been solid all the way through. He's just had some tough opposition, he's going for
one mistake.
Yeah,
he'll tidy up.
Yes, I think he'll tidy up in the final for the bronze medal.
Several mistakes, unlikely to improve in such a short space of time.
Yes, definitely. Guerrero Martin for me has been very impressive today. Yes,
of Russia. That's a hard one.
It's a hard one. He's a mature athlete. I know he's got experience. There's something about him, but I just think Guerrero Martin has been strong today. He's been sharp, so I'm going to go with him. But just based on how he's been able to dig in deep, and he's been impressive as far as I was concerned today, in my personal opinion.
And in the final, we've got Ganbal Kurlan of Mongolia. He's up against Yildiz Zhumakhanov of Kazakhstan. Where do you see that one going?
It's going to be an interesting one, but I'm going to go for Ganbal.
You realise that in both the men's finals, we've got Kazakhstan and Mongolia.
Yes. It's like it's one for each. What we should say really is let it take one each. Yeah. So if they take one each. But no, I'm going to go for Ganbal. I think the Mongolians will do it in the both finals. I think they might just edge it. There's a possibility.
That is in an hour and a half. Just before we do that, I'm going to remind you of something that we said earlier on. It's about the Q&A, the question and answer session that the president of the International Judo Federation is going to have on Monday. I think the time is on your screen there. I think it is it 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock?
Get your glasses on, dear.
Is it 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock? It's so midday. Oh, midday.
Midday.
It's neither then. So it's midday. So at midday on Monday, Marius Visa, president of the International Federation, will answer your questions. And I think the hashtag there is at Marius Visa. Or no, that's not that. That's something else. I'll give you that. It's on the screen anyway, and you can see that. And then the final thing before we go is this lovely figurine behind us.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a figurine in porcelain from Herend Porcelain. Herend is one of the biggest porcelain makers in the world. Definitely the biggest in Hungary anyway. And they made these figurines. This is a smaller one of ones that they give to the athletes. It's
really?
The founder of Judo. Dr.
I won't touch it just in case it falls. I'm a bit nervous about things like that, so a little bit clumsy.
I'm okay. Look. Just in case.
Very, very pretty. I'll just tap it on the head.
Herend.com. You can go online. They make great gifts.
They are amazing.
Right. Join us again then at 5 o'clock when we bring you all the action from the final block on day one of competition here at the Budapest Grand Prix. But from Loretta Kusaktor and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Goodbye.